Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Atrioc broadcast here on March 21st, 2025. It's good to see you. Somebody said, please employ me. Who here wants a job? Everyone here that wants a job, I'll employ you right now. What kind of salary are you looking for? Probably 6 figures minimum, right? We're not going to fuck around with it. So 6 figures for all of you, minimum. You guys want benefits? I'll do it for free. Seems like some of you are getting undercut. I was going to give you all 7-figure jobs with benefits, but he wants it for free. So you get the job for free, and everyone else, I'm sorry. You've been undercut by the free market. What can I do? That guy gets the job. I'll pay you. Okay, now we're talking. Wait a minute, now we're talking. I'm getting paid. Wait, what if you paid me $6 a month? The benefits are the pleasure of working with the one and only coffee cow himself. Smiley face. Yeah. It's honestly not company policy here to call me the coffee cow. So the benefit might not be as positive as you hope. I just need a 19 an hour, 30 hours a week, brother. I don't need benefits. All right. Well, I am definitely hiring an exposure for chatters. Okay. Here's the deal. How about this? Now you're paid. Now you're on screen. So I don't know what the conversion rate is on that, but that's gotta be similar to a full-time job. Can I be your translator to what? What language? What language are you translating? Dude, someone was unironically asking me. They were like, hey, if it's not too much bother, could you just have hard-coded Chinese subtitles on the bottom of every Big A clip? I'm like, it is too much bother. That is, of course, too much bother. I need to fucking get a one-day turnaround editor and somebody who could translate into Mandarin and put that on the bottom of my fucking thing and then get it out. And then also, that'll probably be annoying to all non-Chinese speakers on my channel. What a horrendous idea. Maybe a Billy channel that's delayed, but just make Adish learn Mandarin. That's actually a really good idea. Wait a minute. If we could somehow pawn this off onto Adish, if I don't have to hire anyone else and Adish just has to add learning Mandarin to his schedule. And also, like, if he's just going to do Mandarin, that leaves out people that only speak Cantonese. So he really should learn both and the subtle differences between the two. And honestly, if we're going to expand to Asia, let's get Korean and Japanese in there too. You know what we'll do? When I'm talking on a Big A clip, there'll be 7 layers of text from down here all the way up to here for all the different languages in Asia. And then on the sides, we'll have, yeah, we'll do India, we'll do Russian, we'll do sign language. Well, Adish will be in a small screen in the bottom right doing sign language. Can't you do different audio tracks? No. I mean, you probably can, but I cannot for a Big A clip. Do you understand? Do you understand what a level of logistical, yeah, Mr. Beast can do it. I cannot do it. Do you understand how it's very difficult to get a video out every day in general? Let alone with every language with some translation. DJ PBJ, they have a 38 months. What would you do if a major news site offered you a daily/nightly news segment? Yeah, what if a major news site like, say, YouTube offered to pay me a portion of their ad revenue to put content up weekly about news? I think I would take it. I think I would do that consistently. Why would I do it through a news site who's just gonna give me a smaller chunk of what the content earns on ads? You guys are air quoting weekly, air quoting consistently. Oh my God. Dude, the demands are crazy. The demands are lunacy. If someone asked you to write a 500-word essay for school without ChatGPT, you would melt down for 2 weeks. But I have to put out a 200-slide PowerPoint every fucking Sunday. No, it's not. It's not. It's not the hardest job for nothing. So fucking true. You see something about Mr. Beast buying TikTok? I don't believe it. I don't think that is true. But if there's further information, yeah, I don't see it. I don't see any real discussion. I call him Jimmy. Well, I'm not close like that. I'm not big enough to call Mr. Beast Jimmy. I call him Mr. Okay. I say sir. Mr. Beast, sir. He can he's got agents at the YouTube headquarters that could destroy my channel. I say master. I mean, it's kind of cool that no matter how bad the job market gets, everyone can retire off of winning a Mr. Beast contest. So, like, we still have an exit plan for the majority of Americans, which is to, like, get into a Mr. Beast video, win it, and then have money for your, to buy a house. Beast. Stans is out of town this weekend? Yeah, Stans is out of town this weekend. I just talked with Stans. I love Stansy. I just told him I love him because I'm trying to be a good friend. Sometimes especially in guy friendships, you don't tell people. You only talk about logistics. You know? I'm sure many of you are in guy friendships where the only thing you talk about is like logistics of when you're next gonna play a game or hang out or something, and then talking about the stats of the game you're playing or whatever. And so, I'm making an effort to try and tell Stans that he's my good friend, and I appreciate him. Yo, Big A, my employer was named Healthiest Employer of 2024 in the U.S. last year, Poggies. Healthiest employer, let me see if I can figure it out. Healthiest Employer of 2024. Okay, the healthiest one is 1AZ Credit Union. What makes them so healthy? 1AZ Credit Union. Healthy? Is that where you work? What's your address? What's your greatest fears? Why are they so healthy? Do they if you bring in a sandwich, do they knock it out of your hand and give you a bowl of broccoli? What are they? Fruits and veggies, daily Zen use. Wait, let me put a timer up. And during this timer, I need to upload this YouTube video. Chatter job interviews. Beep, beep, beep. I like this timer thing. It worked for Marketing Monday, but it also works for anything. Just gives me a little bit of time to fucking... Boo, ba, doo, boo. Boo, boo, doo, boo, boo. Do, 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 do. This will make the cost of AI worth it. What is it? ChatGPT is teaching me how to befriend the crows. What? And it's fucking working. It knew everything, like which foods to buy, presentation, whistle preferences, and when to chill out with calling them. Apparently, I'm too thirsty for their friendship right now, but we've had some amazing call and response sessions. As ChatGPT told me, this is a marathon, not a sprint. The crows know who I am and are interested. Holy. Holy. He's kind of rizzing up the crows. They know. Believe me, they know. They're talking. They're like, there's a new person in town, and they're kind of interesting. Hey, pimp, when are you playing Tricky Towers with Stans again? I missed the last one. The last time me and Stans played Tricky Towers was with Ludwig in 2019. So, 5 years ago is when you missed it. That was the last time we did it. In the grand context of human history, that's not that long ago. You're such a pedantic asshole. You can say that to anything. You can say that to anything in any one of our lives. Anything that happened in the cosmic scale that really isn't that long ago. It doesn't, that's not a helpful scale for two humans discussing something. Yes, of course. In the grand scale of the cosmos, it's all a blink. It's all relatively recent, but I would urge you to reconsider. Are you gonna do the box TFT thing? I don't think so. I'm actually trying to play no TFT or really. Once I got Masters, I'm really trying to I played one game of TFT, so I'm trying to not do it. It's a bit of a time suck. Two Boeing stories today. Let me think. Boeing stories. What did I hear about Boeing? They got some government contract. Oh, let's see. Let's just look it up. Boeing announces new 6th generation fighter jet will be built by Boeing. That's good. I would hate for our fighter jets to fly. I think it's actually super based in anti-war of Trump to get Boeing to build the jet so that they can't actually inflict violence. That's actually a smart. The F-47. At my direction, the United States Air Force is moving forward with the world's first 6th generation fighter jet. Number 6th, 6th generation, nothing in the world comes close to it, and it'll be known as the F-47. That's a direct quote from Donald Trump. It's something the likes of which nobody has ever seen before. Cool. Great. The plane flies with drones. It flies with many, many drones, as many as you want. It's a technology that's new, but it doesn't fly by itself. It flies with many drones, as many as you want. That's 2 separate quotes. And it's something that no other plane can do. In February, Trump said, we're getting a new Air Force One if Boeing could ever finish the damn thing. Well, I'm sure they'll handle this one better. If there's one company that's got its logistics in a row, it's fucking Boeing. You know what you should do is tell Boeing that this plane will be allowed to legally hunt whistleblowers, and they'll make it top of the line. They will make it the most lethal fighting force the skies have ever seen. It will be precision guided. All right, 1 second. I need to get a drink because I'm very thirsty. Somebody's watching me. That's my anxiety. Yo, can I ask a question? Show of hands. How many of you fuck with kettle chips? Kettle cooked potato chips. My hands up. Proudly. My hands up proudly. Chips in general are great. Agree. But I think once you go kettle, you don't settle for... No. Once you go kettle... No. You... Wait. Once you go kettle, you don't want to settle. Yes! Yes! Once you go kettle, you don't want to settle, bro. That's the motherfucking facts, dude. Once you go kettle, you don't want to settle. And I can't seemingly enjoy a lesser chip once I get the satisfying crunch of a kettle. Yeah, man, it's just better. It's just better, dude. I love the crunch. You're saying it's millennial coded. You just keep giving things to millennials in the fucking generation wars. Well, okay, we'll take it. Okay, we'll fucking take it. You're just handing over territory. We'll fucking gobble it up. Nom, 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 nom. Stop giving it to us. Fight for it. The kettle chips are amazing. Did you see that Gen Z is more conservative than millennials? Gen Z is, in general, more radical than millennials because some millennials might be able to own a home and no Gen Z will. That's why, okay? They're just rightfully looking at the world, getting pissed, and then getting more radicalized in both directions. All of our political strife and problems, not all of it, let's say 80% of it would be... the temperature would go way down if everyone could have a reasonable path to owning a home. I'm not kidding. I'm not exaggerating. If people had a reasonable path to a home, stability, maybe the ability to start and raise a family, all of this stuff would disappear. But it exists because people are looking at the world and rightfully concluding they can't. Have you filed your taxes yet? Actually, here's the base thing. Here's the fucking base thing, amigo. Well, actually, this is not based at all. This is actually tragic and sad. But the reality of it is that due to the fires in Los Angeles, taxes have been delayed here for like 8-9 months. So you do not have to pay your taxes at the normal tax season. It's a big extinction. Yeah. It's October, I believe. Boop, do 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 boop, ba do do. How's it going, Biggerton Ayrton? Thank you, Hero Jake. It's going pretty well. It's going all right. I want to show you guys. I can't show you yet, but I want to show you when Ari finishes her big cosplay. This is her biggest project yet. She's worked 400 hours on this Aurelia from Magic cosplay. And it's got like working wings, like the wing. I mean, she's been really cooking on it. She built the armor and painted it and wig, and she did the whole thing. And it's pretty badass. And I don't know if she'll agree, but if she will, I would love to have her show it on stream because it's so fucking cool. And I'm proud of her for making it. So that's. I mean, she just like tried it on for the first time today. It's not done yet, but it's getting close. And I was like, damn, that's so sick. Can she fly? That's a great question. I believe she can. I believe she can fly. I believe she can touch the sky. Do you play a lot of physical Magic the Gathering? I play a decent amount of physical Magic the Gathering. I will go to a draft probably on average once a month. That's not a ton, but I'm not really, that's not a lot, but yeah, once a month I'll go to a draft. Nerd shit. What do you guys do once a month? You guys go to like the fucking sickest, chillest party with all the hot guys and the freshest clothes. I go to a Taekwondo tourney. In my experience, and this may be prejudicial, this may be like a one person's experience, but people that do Taekwondo are nerds. Like the Venn diagram of nerds and Taekwondo goers are like, it's 1-to-1. That's my experience. I'm not saying that's, so I wouldn't, I certainly wouldn't split them out so effusively. I go to the DMV once a month to observe the human condition. Holy shit, you're based. So you just go to the DMV and people watch. You like seeing people in moments of discomfort. Not necessarily misery, but just like, you just want to see people having a bad day. That's interesting. I've never heard of someone doing that, and I don't really respect it, but it's Clancy coded for sure. It's Clancy coded. You know what Dan Clancy will do is he'll go to the DMV and he'll take a ticket just to make sure that he's taking up a spot in line from someone else. He'll sit there all day waiting in line, and then when it's his turn, he'll like get up there and ask questions about forms, but he has no real purpose for being. He's just filling up the slot, so somebody has to wait a little bit longer. It's not illegal. Maybe he wants to learn something, but it's very Clancy. In New York, they scalp DMV tickets and resell them. It's an interesting business. So you go in the morning, get a DMV ticket, and then sell it online to someone that wants to skip the line. Oh my God, shut the fuck about Dan Clancy. We get it. Astro VR Gaming. If you don't give me a good Dan Clancy joke right now, I'm just going to ban you. Because you're not bringing good vibes, and you're not bringing funny Dan Clancy jokes. So what the fuck is your purpose here? What are you adding? Okay? What's the point? I'm waiting. I'm waiting. He's a sub. You don't get to pay $5 to be an asshole. It's not like the fucking asshole tax. Oh, I put in $5. Now I get to fucking say whatever I want and ruin the vibe of the chat. No, you're Dan Clancy's burner. Okay? I heard. I'm not seeing anything. I'm not seeing a single fucking message. All right, goodbye. Zapopa, thank you for the 5 months. If my sub was a baby, Dan Clancy would put the baby in his factory. I don't need more than that. Dan Clancy orders multiple omelets in the buffet line, which like you're allowed to do, but it makes it take way longer. That's actually really fucked up if he does that. It's so petty. Because, like, I actually fucking hate that if I'm in the buffet line and I want to get an omelet and he's, like, ordered 2 or 3. And now That's actually not cool at all. It's actually not cool at all. It's actually really fucked up. I can't confirm if he does that, but if you've heard that, that's pretty crazy. Hey, Big A, do you ever think of what your life would be like if your parents didn't name you Atrioc? So this might surprise you, but they didn't name me Atrioc. It is wild, though, that I am now at a point in my life where I think over half of my day, more than that, I'm called Atrioc versus Brandon. More than 50% of people that know me call me Atrioc. I get called Big A or Atrioc more than Brandon. Ari code switches. Ari calls me Atrioc sometimes, mostly Brandon. And that's my wife. My parents call me Brandon, but still sometimes call me Atrioc, especially my dad. Like, there's very few people that just own. I mean, my grandma calls me Brandon. So it really is a limited, dwindling pool of people that still just call me Brandon. That's tough stuff, James. Don't call me James. Dan Clancy would call you Icy Fire 420, my original fucking screen name. Make your children call you Atrioc and Atrioc only. I don't know if that'll affect much. By the way, you're saying children like I'm gonna have multiple. I do think I will be a father, but I'll be honest with you. Ari has been talking like maybe 3 kids. I'm like, Ari, we should start with one. One for sure, and then we'll figure out. Do you know what I'm saying? 3's a lot. 3's a lot. 1 child, that's already a lot of pressure. Though if we do have 3 children, we would have 6 Tesla robots to manage them, so that'd be kind of cool. Good for Tesla's bottom line. Would you name them Lil A? No, I wouldn't. I wouldn't do that. They take care of themselves, though. Is that what I'm going to tell Child Protective Services or just you? Am I going to be able to tell them that, no, there's 3 kids, but they take care of themselves? I've been in here fucking mooing like a coffee cow on stream, but they're fine. I'm sure they're fine. I gave them a food bucket. What do you no, they don't take care of themselves. That's the entire thing about kids. They don't take care of themselves. I have to take care of them. You could 5-stack league games. Me, Ari, and our 3 children grinding ranked ladder. Dang, wait a minute. Look, eat weed. His writing is this fire? Fire emote? Fire pen? 3 kids is a Rocket League team? Dude, I could be like the Ball family of Rocket League. I could raise these kids to just be Rocket League savants. Hey, I got some good news for gaming frogs. 2 things, actually. 2 things for gaming frogs. Not today, but Squeaks is playing Hitman again, which is good because I think we might be able to do the Squeaks Hitman Atrioc Part 2 if he gets a little bit of practice in. That's cool. That'd be sick. I'll be super down to do that. And it, maybe gives me a couple days to warm up. Maybe I'll play a little bit. And because Part 2, Hitman developer IOI reached out and asked me if I owned a PlayStation. And I said, yes, I do. And they said, well, would you be interested if we sent you, Linkus, and a Spectacor PSVR headsets to do like a race or a challenge in Hitman VR? And I said, yes, please. Now, Spectacor doesn't have a PS5, so it might just be me and Linkus for now we're seeing. But it could be a me and Linkus head-to-head doing like a shotguns only or a fiber wire only or something fun. It could be fun. Tell Sony to pony up. Maybe. I'm seeing if we can get someone around him to borrow him one or loan him one. But we'll figure it out. Anyway, it should be fun. It should be a fun thing. Atrioc, I would like to thank you for your help at GDC. Oh, good. I'm glad that worked out. Do you get motion sickness? Not in my experience. No. Not in my experience. No. Do you ever miss doing the Hitman speedrun grind? It was a fun period. It was a fun result. It was actually not that fun to grind. You guys only saw the first couple times where I did the grind on stream, and that was already getting miserable. But it only took a day or two because, you know. But as the competition leveled up, my last one was like weeks of grinding offline. And it was miserable. It was like very stressful. And did it result in you being my Diana? We're just talking about that, Squeaks. We're just talking about that. I heard you playing today. I actually watched you play today. And what I saw was sparks of brilliance. I was watching a young LeBron James shoot hoops. And I was thinking maybe we have to get this guy some training and get him back into hardcore. Yeah, I was watching a Brawny. We should do that again after if you play a little more. I gotta warm up too. I think I should do a Hitman hardcore run like on Saturday, just to see where I'm at. Can I even beat it anymore? I think I can, but I think I will do that. I think that'd be fun, and then I'll get warmed up, and then I can pog and then champ. I'm busy Saturday. Push it back a couple days. I will not be pushing it back for you. Saturday's tomorrow? Wait, what? Saturday's tomorrow? Where did this fucking week go? Oh, shit. Damn, bro. Where does the fucking week go? Oh, man. God, I got so much stuff to do. Bro is realizing time is a social construct. That's not what I'm realizing. I'm realizing tomorrow's Saturday. I'm not having a metaphorical realization about the elusiveness of time and how it's all. I'm actually realizing that tomorrow is Saturday in the very normal calendar that I'm following. This is fuck, dude. Fuck. I have to do a lot. All right, whatever. It'll all work out. Boo. I don't think streaming counts as work. You know what? Low key, spitting facts. Low key, I don't think streaming counts as work. What am I doing? I yap, I play some games. I think it's stuff you do offline around streaming that's the work. It's work for us viewers to watch, that's for sure. Okay, Squeaks. Thank you very much. Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you. Being very nice. Oh, I gotta upload. Speaking of that, I gotta upload that video. Before this timer runs out, I gotta upload this fucking video. All right. Does this possibly work? Does this work as... This is not a good thumbnail. This is not a good thumbnail is the problem. Do I have a better one? Maybe. No, I'm not doing a thumbnail stream because you can't see the thumbnail. So I can't be faulted. I'm not doing a thumbnail stream. Wait. Maybe. Make this slightly bigger. Put this here. Holy shit, he's cooking. I have tried many, many times to find a way to offload the thumbnails. And it's never really worked. It always ends up with me making the thumbnail. I've never found a way to consistently thumbnail. Somebody wants told me making thumbnails is boring. You can't jeopardize your artistic vision. Once you see this, you're not going to think it's artistic vision at all. I wonder if you can guess what type of thumbnail I'm making for best tweets. Is it perhaps my face doing this and a picture of a tweet? Is it perhaps facepalm and picture of a tweet? Cinema. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. It's just what it's that's what a good thumbnail is. Why change it if it's flawless is my question. People know what they want, and what they want YouTube thumbnail. Let's get a little check here. Let's just get a little check. Let's just get a little check. Da 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 da. I ain't the sharpest tool in the shed. Okay, I mean, this just looks so good that it's just hard to find fault with it. All right, let me show you what I'm working with. It's not a thumbnail stream, but I just want to show you what I'm working with, and then you tell me if what I've made is perfect, okay? Wow. Cinema. Holy cinema. Holy cinema. He's done it again. He's fucking done it again. Are you getting chills? I'm getting some chills. Okay, one thing I could do if I was really trying to like maximize the click through here. Is hold. What if I make the card bigger, okay? Like this. And then I add like a tweet box here that's like the same text. But that way it's like obviously a tweet. Are we cooking now? Yes, we are. We are cooking now. Make it say ah. Why would I censor it? Why would I add a glizzy? Well, you guys are getting way off track. None of these things are good ideas. Is it even your fist? Yes, it's my fist. Just because Coney stole it doesn't mean it's not mine. Okay. I just need to go to Twitter then. And I need to like... I'm not going to add a glowing red circle. Okay. This is going to work. This is going to work. This is going to work. Jesus Christ. Show your fingers. Add a red line at the bottom. A red line at the bottom would just make it look like the person's already watched it. Adding a red line at the bottom is just you trying to make sure nobody clicks it because there's a red line at the bottom so they think they've already seen it. That's not a good idea. That's literally the one idea that would guarantee lower click-through. Okay. Inspect. Okay. Hold. No! I fucked it. Inspect. Change the text. Okay. Then I grab this. Okay. Then I go here. And I put that here. Wait, hold. Guys, you're witnessing art here, and you're getting like, it's like if Da Vinci was painting right in front of you, and you're like, Da Vinci, glizzy, glizzy, glizzy. Hold up a second. We're 15 seconds. Holy shit. Wait a minute. Did you guys see that over there? No way! Look up here. Okay. Now, I think I've mastered this. I think I've finally created... I'll be honest with you. This looks like shit. This doesn't look good. This doesn't look good. It looks bad. This is not a good looking thumbnail, as per usual when I'm doing it on stream. Okay, maybe it needs to be a different tweet. Maybe it needs to be a different tweet. What if it's the one with Day in the Life of Millennials? Okay? That's a backup. So what if I go here and it's Day in the Life of Millennials and we do it like this? That's a TikTok? Who cares? Honestly. Who cares? Do you know what I'm saying? The promise of the video is that you'll see some funny things and we'll laugh at them. It's not... This is better. This is better. This is your job. How are you so bad at it? I'm not even gonna. I'm not. You know, I was gonna crash out on you. I'm not gonna do it. It's fine. Your opinion. Your opinion. I think this is fine, but what this really needs is a compelling title. Like tweets that called me out or something. That way the title matches the thumbo, matches the... That could be something. That could be something. That could be something. Tweets that pondered my orbs? What are you talking about? What does that mean? Outer glow on your fingies is not what we need. That will not solve the problem. The millennial curse vexes me yet again. Tweets that hit too close to home is kind of good. Tweets that hit too close to home is kind of good. That's a good idea. That you might have... Oh, wait. Okay. Let's just try that. Yeah, honestly, I just need to get this up. To be honest, at the end of the day, for my channel, people realize it's the best tweets video. They know what they're getting. If that interests you, you'll enjoy it. It's not, I don't need to, let's not overthink this. Wait, what was this? What was the line you said? Tweets that, the best tweet situation is crazy. No, it wasn't tweets that glizzy. Tweets hits too close to home. Tweets that hit too close to home. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty good. That's a good one. I don't like this empty black space, but I'm gonna run it. Honestly, I can't be bothered. I can't be bothered, dude. This is not the appropriate use of my stream time. At the end of the day, that I can fix the tweet later. This tweets that tweet my tweet on x.com, sponsored by Elon Musk. Why don't you try that video and I'll try this one and we'll see which one. It'll be a good A/B test on which one works. Okay. I think I'm going to go ahead and say it. This is a perfect title and thumb. Done, dusted, crusted. Holy shit. 6 views in 4 seconds. How about that? Fell off. Zombie 1047 there with the 15 months. Does YouTube allow you to A/B test titles and thumbnails? Honestly, fucking no. It's actually a really annoying... It's really annoying. You can A/B test thumbnails, but not titles. And because the title has to match the thumbnail for it to be performant, you don't have a lot of options. Unless you have a full-time staff like Mr. fucking Beast. All right, wait. Give me another fucking 4 minutes here. I need to. I just got I got an ad for Men's Groove Belt during the stream. What's Men's Groove Belt? Men's Groove Belt. What is a groove belt? Field Guide, the Groove Belt.
Hey, I'm Tyler with Groove Life, and this video is the field guide to your new groove belt. We care about our customers and want you to have the best experience with our products. In this field guide episode, you'll learn how to adjust and maintain your belt as well as trim it if you find that necessary. Whether you have an original groove belt or one of our other styles like the low profile, they all work the same way for sizing.
You're just gonna, my algorithm's fucked now. I'm gonna get so many groove belt ads for the next, till the end of time. I watched 25 seconds of this fucking YouTube ad of my own volition. It's over for me. God damn it. That is clearly made in China. That is clearly like an AliExpress upsold belt, dude. Damn, you fucking cooked me on that. That is actually going to be annoying. I'm going to get so many groove belt ads. Hey, Atrioc, my work has a YouTube channel where they pay for fake subs. It's so ridiculous. It's gotten to the point where they have 1 million subs. Check it out. Is this just an ad again? Stop. Oh, wait. No, this is real, dude. Your work has 1 million subs, but they get like 1.2K views. 400 views. They literally are just buying subs. That's crazy. That's crazy. There's definitely someone on that team who's like continually reporting to the boss how great the channel's doing. He's continually like, yeah, boss. I mean, the subs keep rising. We're 200,000 more subs. We're crushing. This content marketing strategy is working really well. And they're getting paid for it. That's crazy. More subs than you? Yeah, that's correct. There are more subs than me. But when I get to the million in 2027, it will be earned. It will be earned, dude. We're going to fucking have a huge party. 1 mil. Pay me an all sub? That's what I'm not going to do. I just said I'm going to earn it. Atrioc, can I do random content for you for free? Lemonary, you told me you couldn't do best tweets because you were too busy. Why are you now asking to do random content for me for free? I don't even understand what could have changed in such a short period. Turns out I got no work ethic, but you have the work ethic to do free content for me. I feel like I need to say no so you can get back to doing your schoolwork. I feel like I have to say no. You're like testing if I'm... Hey, Big A, you inspired me to go... I need 4 more minutes, and then this is actually... To get kettle chips. I went to the gas station, but they didn't have any. I got Ruffles instead. You're right, I settled. Well, to be clear, if you're going to get a non-kettle chip, I fuck with Ruffles, too. Ruffles are crunchy. The thing about what I really like is the crunch. The satisfying crunch. And Ruffles do have ridges. I mean, it's like... I definitely wouldn't complain about a bag of Ruffles. What I don't like is the chips that are too much flavor crap on a weak chip. You know what I'm saying? I don't like when you get like a piddly ass Lay's and they put a bunch of crap on it. And it's like, make sure the chip is solid first. The most important thing is the chip. Everything on top of it is bonus. Bro's assault Randy? Of course, for chips. Chips are a salt delivery vehicle. I love tasty salt. How do you feel about baked Lays? There was a time, very brief time, where I thought I was better than everyone else because I ordered baked Lays. And I was like, I'm being healthier. That's a very brief time. Or I would like get, if you're, let's say you're in Subway, right? And you get a Subway sandwich. At the end of it, instead of getting a bag of like unhealthy chips, I would get the baked Lays. Cause I'm like a little different. You know what I'm saying? I'm not like the other girls. And I soon realized that that is foolish because baked Lays taste worse. And it's like, if you're going to get a fucking Subway sandwich and chips, don't skimp right at the end, you know? I'm not like I'm eating... Baked Lays are so good, though. I don't feel that. Maybe I'm dead wrong. But I just don't feel like they're better. Like a regular bag of Lays is going to taste better than baked Lays. Although I would prefer, again, a kettle chip or like a salt and vinegar chip. To be honest, what I like is a lot of salt. I'm not going to fuck around and lie to you. I like a lot of salt. Do you guys ever... This is a Subway sandwich question. I don't know if any of you are fellow Subway sandwich enjoyers, but I do fuck with Subway sandwiches. Do you ever get a Subway sandwich, usually toasted, and then at the end, you open it up and you lay your chips in there to add satisfying crunch? You do like a layer of chips on the top of, like, let's say an Italian BMT. I think if you haven't tried that, you should. If you don't like it, that's your choice. But if you haven't tried it, that's like a real... It like definitely knocks a Subway sandwich up a tier. Until I got diabetes, I did that. Would that give you diabetes, eating a Subway sandwich with chips? Just like not... Isn't it like candy that gives you diabetes? No sugar? I mean, there's sugar in the bread, right? Actually, couldn't they legally not call it bread for a while because of the sugar content? Wasn't it like... It was like legally cake or something. That's based, dude. That's based. It's the Subway dessert shop. feel like anytime I eat chips with a meal, I'm disappointed it's not fries. Nuh-uh-uh. Nuh-uh-uh. No, 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 no. For a sandwich, chips are great. For a sandwich, or with I don't know, with like Mexican food, you want tortilla chips. With like, there's many situations where fries are not the answer. I think fries in a sandwich is a bit of a no good. A cold sandwich, yeah, I'm correct. A cold sandwich and chips is primo. But a burger is a sandwich. And also, this needs to be said, dude. We're having an epidemic of like shitty fries. I will say that this may be a fucking boomer take, but I feel like fry quality is in general going down. I just feel like on average, I'm getting more shitty fries in my day-to-day life. And I used to get crispier, tastier fries. I don't know if it's DEI fry cooks. I don't know. Donald Trump figured this out. I don't know if it's a DEI thing. I don't know what it is. But I sincerely feel like I'm getting more limp, nastier, colder fries. Fries that don't bring joy to eat. DE fry. Make fries great again. No, I agree. I fucking agree. This is what the Democrats need. Rally around fries. It'd be better messaging, dude. If Democrats promised to make fries great again, and every rally had like the crispiest, tastiest fries, just a free bag of free, delicious fries, they would fucking surge in the polls. Surge. I remember as a child, after 9/11, France said something about not wanting to join us in invading Iraq. And we, on the military base, and I think back in America too, but in the military base, changed the fries to freedom fries instead of French fries at Burger King and McDonald's and all the little... and you have to order your freedom fries. Fries aren't even French, they're Dutch. Yeah, but they're called French fries, dude. France marketed the hell out of that. I will say, some of you maybe are European, although it's kind of late. In my experience, like Burger King in Europe is good. Tastes a lot better. But it's fucking dog shit here. It's there's just generally better. Now listen, I've had a good McDonald's here. But I just find myself often getting fries that I'm disappointed with lately, and I won't stand for it. I just simply won't stand for it. Hey, Warbone, thank you for the gifties. Wow, fucking thank you for the 25 gifties. Warbone 3K, do you have a message? Appreciate that. Thank you. I ate on a balcony at McDonald's in Paris, and I've been chasing that high for a long time. It's your first time chat message. That's based. That's fucking based. Can you imagine the dream? Just sitting out, staring. Ari and I just did this in Tokyo. We did this in Tokyo. We ate at a Japanese restaurant, but then we had to wait for her friend. And there was a McDonald's in the corner. So there's a balcony upstairs, and we're sitting there, and we had like a McFlurry. I had a McFlurry on a balcony in Tokyo. Fire. This is fire. Looking out on the street, cars going by, fucking staring out at it was great, dude. It was great. I think every American's dream is to be on a balcony, but in a McDonald's in a foreign country. I think American burgers are overrated, as in you ate too much burger. Can I be real? I think everyone fucks with a good burger. And I think Americans were on the money. This is one of my most patriotic takes. I think burgers are pretty fire. They're really tasty. Obviously, you can eat too many burgers and it's bad for your health. But like in terms of like being a part of the food pyramid, I think a good tasty burger is no problem with that. Burrito is better. Is burrito better than burger? That's a tough one. That's a tough one. I don't know. The thing is, like, if I got rid of burritos, I could never have a burrito again. It wouldn't hurt me that much. Because the power of Mexican food is you can configure it in many different ways. I could have a fucking taco with the same material. You know what I'm saying? I could have... but a burger is like a unique thing that I would never want to get rid of. You can have a burrito bowl, yeah. I miss Mexican food next to the here in Australia. What is like Australian food? Is there like Australian cuisine that's special? What would Australian... Spider? Vegemite? Wait, Australia does seem like a bit of a food desert now I'm thinking about it. What's the like... I'm going to Google this. Australian cuisine. What the fuck is pavlova? You eating dog? Pavlova is a meringue-based dessert. What is lamington? Barramundi? Vegemite. Fairy bread? Fairy bread is just sliced white bread with butter on it? Wait, what? Sliced white bread with butter on it. This is your... Wait, this is most popular Australian cuisine. And then they put sprinkles on it or something? This looks foul. This looks foul. It's good. This does not look good. Be for real. Be for real. Not look good. Sausage rolls, Dagwood dog, prawn cocktail. This is pavlova. I mean, it looks fine, I guess. Barbecued snags. It's just like sausages. I think Australia is just taking a random hodgepodge of things from other cultures and giving them stupid names. Is that fish and chips? Obviously not Australian. Lamb leg roast. I'm going to be honest with you. This is a little disappointing. Spaghetti bolognese, but you call it spag ball? Come on. You don't need to save that much time, dude. I thought Australia's about taking it easy. It makes it sound gross, dude. Spag ball. Meat pies. Seafood pizza. There is a seafood pancake in Korea that's pretty fire. I'm not going to rule this out, but not exactly. Crocodile. Yuck. Vegemite on toast. Grilled kangaroo? No, this is taking the piss, right? You guys aren't actually eating grilled kangaroo. Cheese and bacon roll? Dude, your delicacy is Totinos. This shit is Totitos, bro. I can get this out of my freezer right now. Okay. We're gonna do best chat interviews right about now. Let me blow my nose. 128. Yep. I'll be right back. I'm gonna blow my nose. I'm gonna get it water, and then we're gonna do best chat interviews right now. Sorry. Hi, Toolbert. Somebody's watching me. It's my anxiety. Just a song I wrote. Been working on this little song. I think it'll be a banger. I think it'll be a heater. Rochelle's here. I just found out. Rochelle is here and having a girls' night with Ari. Boom, 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 boom. Rochelle stands. Yeah, that's right. Okay, let's do this. Rochelle Obama, yeah. Robert Stacks, thank you for the gifties. Wait, I have very sad news to announce. Tonight, my girlfriend was craving a chocolate molten cake trademark from Chili's. So I placed a pickup order to get her one, and of course I had to get the free chips and salsa. To my dismay, I discovered they changed the chips they used, and now they use a thicker chip. Now I have to boycott the company until they change it back, so the stock will be taking soon. Well, it is a real sad thing to see you go. But why would you be sad to get a thicker chip? Isn't that giving you more chip per dollar? It's not shrinkflation, it's growflation. The mouthfeel is off. Listen, I'll have to try it, I guess. But I have a lot of trust in my good friends at Chili's. I feel like they've steered us right. And their stock is still up 0.48%. Damn, dude, we're actually cooking. We're cooking. Dude, imagine we had a 10% growth rate and everyone else is negative. That's unreal. I mean, you know what I'm saying? In the marketplace of like hedge funds, nobody would buy theirs. They would fucking Could be negative 2K. Could be. It'd also be cosmically funny, though, if it switches and there's a huge surge and everyone else goes green and I go negative right at the end. And then I'm running the fucking thing. And I can have all these clips of me being happy in the first 3 months. That'd be funny, too. Trump going... Wait a minute. Ludwig's not last? Ludwig's not last? Dude, Reddit is tanking. Ludwig has a minus 70% Trump coin and he's still ahead of Stan. Dude, what the hell? What the hell? It's Reddit. It's because the Germans don't click the ads, Reddit. They spend a lot of time on there, but they don't click the ads, so you're not going to get the money you're expecting. Waste management up? Dude, what's cool for Stans is even if he didn't win this contest, this is the only one he owns in real life. and he's been buying it steadily for almost as long as I've known him. And he just keeps buying Waste Management a little bit with every paycheck all year, every year. He's got a nice, solid position in Waste Management, and it just has steadily risen. And every time I ask him about it, he's like, people always going to need trash. People always going to need trash. There's trash. Someone's got to take the trash away. And you know what? I respect it. He's had a plan. So even if this contest doesn't go well, he's in real life made a solid choice. Okay, I'm sorry that I've taken so long and delayed so long. I've been just vibing with chat. It's been fun. I didn't want to talk about that fun stuff. But to get serious for a moment, we're going to do a section called Bring Your Streamer to Work Day, which sort of happened randomly one time and has actually turned out to be really fun, where I interview chatters about their jobs, their unique and interesting and funny job experiences. And this time, the people behind the Big A Awards, I wonder if they have a name they want me to call them. It's like the Studio AE work group have made a Bring Your Streamer to Work Day website right here. And so if you join the ACLU Discord, or as A-Corp Discord, and join the stage, I should be able to click you and then pull you up. It should be, we'll see if it works. But so, without further ado, if you have a job that you'd like to talk about with chat, now's the time to do it. The Discord, Discord will probably take you there. Maybe, I'm not sure. If not, somebody can post the link. Do I need to make a stage? How do I do this? I forget everything every time. Atrioc stage. Start the stage. Chatter job interviews. Start stage. Okay. Pog champ. Pog champ. Pog champ. Pog champ. Somebody's watching me. Is my anxiety. Boom, 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 boom. Okay. Wait, it's working. So if you change your Discord presentation thing, it should be able to show your job in here, and then I can click them, and we should be able to fucking see. Private Investigator? Oh, I lost it. That sounds interesting. Should we just run it? Jan. Can you hear me? Did it work? Hello? Can you hear me? Jan. 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 I know they're in the VC, but they're muted. Jan, you're muted. I might have to put this on a clock. He's on the job right now. You're muted. 14 seconds. He's on a stakeout.
Hello? Can you hear me now?
Jan!
Hey, push to talk wasn't working. Hello.
Hello. We got it to work. We got there. Hello. How are you doing?
Yeah, good. How are you doing?
I'm doing well. I'm having a fine day. I would love to hear about what being a private investigator is like.
It's actually pretty fun. I don't do the stuff that most people think of when they think of private investigator, because I'm
let me fix
more
the
on the
volume.
corporate.
Sorry. It's very, very, very loud.
Oh, that's my bad.
Let me turn it down. They're saying your mic is in the bottom of a KFC fryer. But it sounds fine
No
to me. I mean,
problem.
I got it. Okay. Listen, we'll make it work. So you say it's not like what everybody thinks, and I'm going to tell you what I think. When I hear private investigator, I feel like somebody's wife is hiring you to see if their husband is cheating, and you're like taking photos of him like sneaking into a hotel room or something. Is that what you're doing, or is that
No. So I mostly work in corporate investigations.
a corporate
Not
investigation? Wait, so this is okay. Tell me more about that. Who's
yeah,
hiring you? Like
companies.
companies,
Yeah.
but to investigate other companies?
No, mostly internal. It's mostly some of it's like cover your ass stuff, and other stuff is more like the people. My biggest thing that I do is when a company fires someone and they suspect that they took IP
Yeah.
or they're doing some sort of stealing stuff from the company and they're bringing it to a new employer. So I'm the guy they call to make sure uh, they know who to sue if something happens.
Is that? You don't have to tell me everything, but is that legal? Can they hire a private investigator on their own employee to like are you going through their trash and stuff? Or
So it's generally part of like your employment contract.
okay,
Like here's the rights, like here's your privacy rights, here's what you're giving up. I'm not a cop, I can't get a warrant. Like I'm not gonna
sure.
go look at your personal stuff, but anything you do on your work computer most of the time, I can look at anything that goes through your work email, your work Slack, your physical desk if you had one. Um,
So
Anything like that is fair game.
in 2025, I feel like this job is mostly technical. Like, are you mostly a
Yeah,
tech guy? Is it like mostly like looking into
yeah.
their files and
I'm remote 90% of the time.
I see. That makes a lot of sense. Because, okay, let me give you an example of something. So when I left NVIDIA, I had, um, one thing I was good at NVIDIA was presenting and doing PowerPoints. And I liked all these PowerPoint formats that I made. I had like all these templates and like Excel templates and PDF templates and PowerPoint templates. And I put them all on a flash drive when I left. I yanked them out of the. Is that an investigation? Could you get me for that?
I don't know how much NVIDIA would want to sue you for those.
I haven't
So
ended
I
up
think you're
using them
good.
to be honest, but okay, interesting.
If you sold the designs for the 5080, you might have some problems.
Well, the thing is that I usually built the 5080s or the 4080s by hand, so it's like the
So
design's
that's
all
why
up
they
here.
would suspect you.
The design's all up here. Um, that's interesting. That's interesting. Okay, so what about have you ever been investigating someone and they've caught on?
Yeah, but I mean, most of the time, people have already left at that point,
Yeah,
so it's like, what are they gonna do?
but do they get mad or they what do they?
Um, I think most people are fine with it, honestly. Like, I haven't had any. It's like it's one of those things where it's like,
I
do I
wouldn't be
want to
fine
make
with
a
it. I would be
statement?
really annoyed. Be like, "What the fuck's going on? Why are you looking through all my stuff?" Was it? It would be strange. Okay, wait, here's a question I have for you then. So, without revealing any names or companies, but have you ever caught somebody
Oh yeah,
with a pretty significant theft or pretty significant, like the company was suspicious and they were right?
yeah, definitely. I'd say like most of the time. Like, so like I'm a freelancer. Like
Yeah,
I get I get just hired out like by whoever,
yeah,
and most of the time if it gets to the point where you're hiring an external person, it's not because you just have a suspicion. It's because you want like proof.
I see.
Like you don't pay for someone to come in, especially an outsider, unless you're like, I kind of know what happened. And to be fair, a lot of the times it's like we're just hiring you, so we have someone who isn't internal to like rubber stamp firing or suing someone. Like we know what happened. We just don't want it to come from the inside.
So wait, so basically, they're a corporation. They've already caught someone. They have all the data. They just hand it to you, and you go, "Yeah, looks good."
Yeah, pretty much. And that's it looks bad if it comes from the inside. Like what all the financial consultants do. It's just with less steps.
Yeah, no, I mean that actually makes sense. That does track. Well, that's cool. Okay, so here's a different case then. What if they have suspected somebody and they send you the evidence and you look over it and you go, wait a minute, this person didn't do anything wrong. Has that ever happened?
Oh yeah, you just say so. Like you, if I said yes to everything, it wouldn't really be good to hire me.
No, I
Again,
would. You
freelancer, so
guaranteed. You provide a guaranteed result if you say yes to everything. Then I know what I'm getting. I get a perfect.
and a lot of this is like pre-court stuff. So they like, if you say yes to everything, then it goes to court, and they're like, yeah, this doesn't stand up. Then you've kind of screwed over
Right.
everyone.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I have, and since when you're freelancing, reputation is kind of everything. So you
So
gotta be
that's my
careful.
next question. You're a freelancer. How did you get into this business?
I was in high school and I wanted some pocket money, and I saw a listing that someone was looking for something in the sort of area, and I said, "Screw it." It was on a platform where you say how long it'll take you to do the thing and how much you want to be paid, and I said, "I'll do it very fast for basically no money,
Mm-hmm.
like half the money of what the next person was offering, like, well below minimum wage."
Okay.
And I got it.
Okay. So technically,
That
someone can
company
hire a
no longer
private
exists,
investigator on your job for minimum wage violations.
I mean, it's contract work, so when you're a high schooler, minimum wage you don't really care about as much. You have no bills.
So this was when you were in high school. I mean, you don't have to tell me your exact age, but how many years ago? What are we talking? How long have you been doing this? Do you enjoy this?
Um, I, fine. Do I see myself doing it like as a career? No, because the pay isn't that good and it's not like consistent work. But for like side money in high school, and now I'm finishing off my university, it's like paid for a decent amount of my university. Um, but yeah, I don't see myself going back to it.
Is there anything like dramatic? Like, have you ever been sent a bunch of Slack messages and you're finding like salacious details or like what is the no?
I've found large collections of pornography on work computers, like shockingly large. I, People don't understand that like their Slack messages, even their DMs, are
That's
completely
funny.
visible to their employer.
That's
So
funny.
you get like all the office politics.
Dude, this happened to me actually recently where not pornography on a computer, but I am in Isto's Slack for discussing the game Get to Work. And I was posting all my article links for things that I like planning for Marketing Monday. And then he was like pretending that he was like bringing up topics that I was going to talk about. Like he just randomly saw them. And it turns out that he was just reading the things that I was already. He was like, yeah, I heard about this. And I was like, wow, I was just reading about that. And it's because he could see my fucking plan that I was putting in my own Slack. It was fun.
Gotta be careful
Which I
about
knew that
Slack.
he could, but I didn't know that he would actually take the time to do it and then make a fucking plan. All right, well, cool. Cool job. It sounds interesting. Sounds like a good source of, extra money. Is there anything else you want to tell me about it? Anything else that if someone were trying to get into this job that you'd want to say?
Don't first. It's a terrible job, like long term. Especially like right now when everything is like online. It's like I've spoken to like other people in the industry who've done more of like the physical in-person stuff, and it sounds so much more fun.
Okay.
Yeah, if someone's trying to get into it, just like don't expect it to be a long-term career thing. It's a fun way to make some side money, and if you're like a cybersecurity person or whatever, it's like good resume experience. But it's not a career. It's definitely a job.
Okay. All right. He loves the job so much he wants to keep you out so he can keep it all to himself, is what it sounds like. Jan, thank you for sharing this job. It's very interesting. I'd never even thought about this as a way to make money. That's funny.
Thank you.
Appreciate it, brother. Let's get someone else in here. That was fun. Lifeguard, comic illustrator, game dev, blackjack dealer. That's kind of funny. I'll do a quick one. Blackjack dealer. Hello. This is a cool website. This is sick.
Yo, can you hear me?
Yo, I can hear you fine. Actually, I hear you great. Your mic is much improved. I'm now realizing how bad the last mic was. Holy moly.
All right.
Yeah, well, welcome in. Thanks for doing this. So you are a former blackjack dealer. How former are we talking?
I was for a couple of years up until last year.
Okay. So like through the pandemic, you were a blackjack dealer? Like 20...
No, it was after the pandemic.
Okay.
Like in I guess it was 2021. So like right after the pandemic.
Okay. And this is an in-person casino.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. So I live in like a relatively small city.
Okay.
So it's like that's which is like ends up being like a big factor in like if you're working at a casino, because like a lot of your money comes from tips, and if you like working where I work compared to like if you're working in Vegas or whatever, you make like way more money in Vegas just from tips.
Right, that makes a lot of sense. So like,
yeah.
Okay, so I got a couple questions. When I think of blackjack dealer, the number one thing I think of is people getting mad at you when the cards don't go their way.
Yeah.
Can you tell me about that? Like, what is your experience with people?
Well, I can lead that into because that's actually like why I left the job.
Okay, so you quit.
Yeah, I quit.
Okay, yeah. Tell me.
So it depends on like who the person is who's like the dealer, because like if you're like a really if you're like a really good like personality or whatever on like the freaking blackjack table, you can like make people laugh even if they're losing and they like won't get that mad.
Okay.
To be honest, I was kind of bad at that, and I also just got so fed up because like I mean you've been talking like you've had a lot of things where you've been looking at lately about like gambling and how bad gambling is.
Yeah.
And like I just fucking lost my mind at gamblers because they're so stupid. They're like
Oh no.
It's like
no.
Like I had this one story of this guy. I was playing this. There's this game called Ultimate Texas Hold'em.
Okay.
Which is like
it's bad odds, right?
Yeah, it's not really great odds, and it's just like you're only playing against the dealer. You're not playing against the other people at the table.
Okay.
And I had this one guy this one day who was like, as soon as I show up at the table, he's losing every single hand. Lost for like 15, 20 minutes straight. And he kept on like losing $100, and he'd be like, "This is my last $100," and then he would lose it all, and then put in another $100 for 20 minutes straight, and then he won a big hand. He won $900, and he was like up 200 from the time I got there. I don't know if he lost like before I was there, but like from the time I was there, he's up 200 after winning one hand.
Yeah.
And then he was like, "Well, now I'm up. I can't leave." Like.
So you're just constantly witnessing like human misery.
And
like,
then he lost. And then by the time I left the table, because like the way we worked is like you work at the table for 45 minutes.
Yeah.
And then you go on break. So you have like 15-minute breaks every hour, which is dope.
That is cool.
And so like, and then you'd go to a different table when you come back. And so like by the time I left, he was down to like $500 again. I was like, oh my God. Or like freaking I had this one woman lost $20,000 in a night, and then tried to drive home and got a DUI and got her license taken away. Yeah.
Wait, how did you hear about her getting a DUI?
don't know. Like other people at the casino were telling me about it.
It's just the gossip of, damn, what a
Yeah.
miserable. Oh my god.
But so like that got me like really fed up with gamblers, and so I just like wasn't in a mood at all to like interact with any of them.
Yeah.
And freaking, so what I would do is I would just deal as fast as possible, because like the faster you deal, the faster people lose money. And so like
You're a fucking cooler. You're just
Yeah.
You're trying to. Okay. All right.
yeah, actually there was one time where like because eventually over time I became the fastest dealer in the casino, but before there's like this older woman.
Yeah.
And I was dealing at our like quote unquote high rollers table. This guy like had already won like a few $1,000s from us.
Okay.
And I was taken off the table early, and I didn't know why. And then when I was on my break, I asked them, and they were like, "Oh yeah, because we put this other dealer on because she's our fastest dealer, so she can possibly win us back
get
more money from him."
more money out of them.
And then I became the fastest dealer, so they started doing that with me. They would put me on tables where like people were winning, which is like I didn't know that that's an actual thing until then.
That's so funny. You
But,
are actually the cooler. You
yeah,
show
and
up.
And because I was like, that was what made people like really hate me, because like they kind of, the regulars like
Yeah, they
knew
can
at
tell
that
you're
point.
like you're the one where they lose the most money.
Yeah. And so what
okay.
ended up happening that like made me quit was there's this one guy who I was like beating the whole table, and he was like, "Oh, what car is yours outside?" And I was like, "You can't say that. Like that's like I could tell he wasn't like actually like gonna do anything, but I was like trying to be like, hey, you can't say that. That's like that's a threat.
It's a line that's
blah, blah.
crossed. Yeah.
And then I like called over the pit boss, who's like the person who's watching over everything.
Yeah.
And I like was telling him, and the guy like left the table up at this point, and then like I still saw him playing at like a different table.
Yeah.
And then by the time I was on my break, I was like, "Are you guys gonna kick that guy out?" And they were like, "No, we talked to him." And I was like, I mean, there's a bunch of other background stuff to this.
Yeah.
But I was like so fed up with the working there at that point that I was like, all right, I'm done. And it's like, man, I would be like still be down to work at a casino if one, like our managers were like really incompetent, and two, like if I didn't actually believe that like there's a possibility of like someone attacking me, because like not that I ever really felt like it personally, but there were like instances where like
Sure, you don't want someone to threaten you at your job. That's
well, because there was actual like instances of people getting attacked at the casino. I don't think any of the dealers ever did. I think one of the security guards did once, and there was like I don't know. I shouldn't go into it, but there's like messed up stuff that happened there. So it's like messed up stuff happened there, and then they were like telling me like, "Oh yeah, don't worry about it," and I was like, "No, I can
yeah, it sounds
stay
like
here."
the management was pretty shit, is what it sounds
Yeah.
like. So like, okay, but how did you? Because I think part of being a dealer, like you mentioned, is like, I don't know, keeping a even temperature or even emotions when the customers are getting either super depressed or super excited. But how do you
Yeah.
respond when the guy's like, they got, let's say they split aces and double down or something, and they got a ton of money riding on, and they're screaming and begging for it, and then you stone face lose the money. How do you?
We had other dealers where like they would all the other dealers were kind of like cheering on the players.
Yeah.
Because like in general you want the players to win
Because then they
can
tip,
give you
right?
tips.
Yeah.
I was just stone faced the whole time. I like did not show any emotion. I did not care if people lost money. I didn't.
I would actually hate you. I would actually hate you playing blackjack. Dude, I hate when the dealer shows up, they're stone faced and they deal fast, because then I just fucking bleed out. I like to chat with them.
Yeah,
Ooh,
I mean, the thing I would chat with people, but only if like they like, only if like I felt like I had a reason to. Like,
Sure.
People would like, I don't know.
You're the
I can't think
assassin,
of, like,
bro. You're the yeah. That's so funny.
I can't think of like any specific moments, but it's like there'd be times where I'd have conversations with people and it was cool, but most of the time I just didn't say anything.
Can I ask you a question? So, I think we seem to both agree that gambling's a problem, right? But do you have more or less sympathy for gamblers being exposed to them every day? Where is your mindset at towards people who are addicted to gambling?
It's kind of hard. It kind of goes both ways because like there are some people that I freaking for me personally being there, it was hard to like it was hard to like feel sympathy because they're all just being assholes to me when they would
right.
lose.
No, 100%. No, I
But
guess
it's like
yeah.
But it's like when I'm thinking about like like whatever it was that you just like watched the other day
Yeah.
on stream, where it's like, yeah, I understand that like people get addicted and it's like they don't necessarily want to be addicted. So it's like I understand that. But it's like, I don't know, when I was in the casino and I freaking hated the job because the manager sucked and everyone's being an asshole to me, like the players. I was like, man, it's really hard to like feel bad when people lose money.
No, I think it makes you jaded. I feel sometimes the same way about things like meme coins and crypto, where it's like I feel bad for these people in aggregate as like a whole, and I wish it was more regulated. I wish it was stopped. But when I read the individual tweets of somebody who's like pumping this coin or like desperate, I like, God, you're so dumb. You know, it's like on an individual level, I get mad, but then I think about it in aggregate. I'm like, this should be protected. Anyway, what about, a few more questions here. What about card counters? Have you ever experienced the card counter or someone you think was playing in an advantaged way? And what do you do about that?
I don't think I ever dealt with anyone like, cause like I said, it's a pretty
They
small
wouldn't go on the
casino.
assassin. They wouldn't go to the assassin if they were trying to.
Yeah. Well, because even because like I said, it was a pretty small casino, so there wasn't anyone there like trying to win serious money. Because it's like our biggest table, you could only play $200.
Right.
So it's like most people were like playing $5 there, $5 a hand.
Right. If they can card count, they're going to Vegas or whatever. They're not going.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
And so the only times was like, here's another thing is we're one of the only casinos that like still we would do like hand shuffles. So we'd have like a shoe and the way, I don't know like how many people know how this works, but it's like you have like 6 decks and you shuffle them all together,
By
put
hand?
them in the shoe. Yeah.
Wow.
There's like a method to do it where it's like you could do it pretty fast in like a couple minutes.
Okay.
But you put them in the shoe and you have a red card that you put like about a deck away from the back of the shoe. And that signals like when to stop and shuffle again.
Okay.
And the further up ahead you place that red card, so if you place it like 2 decks from the back, then it makes it harder to count cards because like you're taking more of the cards out. So like
sure. Yeah.
So there was actually one time where I was like put at a table and they were like, we don't know if this guy's card counting, but just in case, like put the card like 2 or 2.5 decks into the shoe so that like he has less cards just in case.
Okay. And that was just the guy that was breaking even. That's the guy.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Well, it sounds like you're out of it, but may consider going back in with a better casino. Do you have any advice for somebody who's thinking of getting into becoming a table games dealer?
To be honest, like not really, because my casino, after they hired me, they trained me on everything. I didn't know how to play blackjack at all because I've still never gambled or anything.
Oh wow.
Yeah, so like before I got the job, I didn't know how to play any of the games or anything. We did all the training. So I don't really have like if that's the job you want, you.
Oh wait,
like,
I have one more
just
question as a
apply.
blackjack player. Okay, sometimes when I'm playing blackjack in Vegas and I am drunk, let's say I've had a couple drinks, and I don't remember what the right math move is. Like, do I hit here or do I? And I just ask the dealer. Is that annoying as hell, or are they fine with it? Like, where would you stand? People ask you questions on what to do.
We were all at our casino like 100% fine telling people what the like best move was. We had cards that like you could ask for.
Yeah.
We had a card that had all the best moves for every single situation, and we just hand those out. And so like it
But
never
it's
was
annoying,
annoying.
right?
No, that was actually the least annoying part.
Okay.
Of like
What's the
like-
most annoying? What's the most annoying, other than threatening your bodily harm? I guess.
the most annoying was just like players getting mad at other players for not making the correct move.
Oh yeah, that is such
was-
an annoying thing to do, dude. Slime does that. If you don't make the right hit or whatever, Slime will scream at you, and it's like, bro, it's it's all random. It's all
Yeah.
random. It's not.
Yeah, well, because they think it like affects their hand, and it's like in some sense it does. But there was also like one time where freaking, I had a bus card. I had like a 5. Yeah, I had a 5, and everyone at the table except for the first guy had like 19s and 20s, and the first guy had like he had like 10s, and he split them, and he got an 8 on both, and nobody else hit, and so like. And
I
also,
can't
like,
visualize this hand the way you're. I'm not a dealer.
yeah, fair enough.
Okay, I mean,
But
I could,
basically-
okay, yeah.
Basically, the way it would have shaken out,
Yeah.
if he hadn't split his cards, I would have gotten 21 and beat everyone. But
Oh,
he
I see.
split, and then
Okay.
I bust, and then everyone else lost. And then no one else at the table somehow like noticed that he did that, even though it was a bad move.
They
And
only notice
so-
it when it hurts them. They never notice it when it helps them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So after I lost, and like everyone else is like cheering, I was like, thank that guy for splitting a 20 when he shouldn't have. And they were like, never do that again. And I was like, it worked though.
What's the biggest tip you've ever gotten?
Oh, I don't know, not much, and also like the way we did is like we would pool our tips and then split them amongst the dealers.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Interesting.
which I thought was fair.
I mean, it's
'cause,
good
like,
for you,
even-
right? Because you're the ice king.
Yeah.
You're the.
I mean, I'm not a big fan of.
The dealer over there is getting all the tips, and you're the asshole, and you're splitting the
yeah.
tips. Okay.
The thing is, like, to be honest, like even though that did happen sometimes, it wasn't always the case. There's some people that would like most of the people who did tip would just tip anyway, no matter who was dealing.
I see.
But me personally, I wasn't even like that big. Like, I'm not. I don't like tips, to be honest. I feel bad taking tips, so I don't know. That's just me.
All right. Well, I appreciate the I guess the word of warning to anyone trying to get into this job, and at least you learned good shuffling techniques. That's always good at events and parties.
Yeah.
That's kind of cool. Thanks for sharing. Appreciate it.
All right. No worries. Thanks for having me.
All right, brother. Have a good one.
Usual.
Okay, cool. Well, who's next? Let's see. Let me pull up in this website again. So far we're 0 for 2 on people liking their job. I'm trying to see if we can get someone who maybe has a positive thing to say. Dude, I lost the website. Wait, where's the fucking website? No. Oh no. Oh, here it is. I found it. Okay. Refresh. Traveling welder, premium audio sales, digital banking manager, NASA cybersecurity operations. Wait, there's so many. Dude, high school English teacher. This is just so up my alley lately because I want to ask about ChatGPT. You spelled it high shul. I gotta click it. Yo, Jordan.
Listen,
Jordan, hi shul.
I tell my kids all the time when we talk about irony that having a dyslexic English teacher just is icing on the cake.
That's funny.
No, I'll take the L. for that.
That's funny. Hey, welcome to the stream. No, good to have you. High school English teacher, probably one of the most interesting and fast-changing jobs right now. I would love to hear your overview of what it's like. How long have you been doing it? And
So,
yeah,
so I'm currently in my 5th year.
let me turn you off. Sorry.
My student teaching was the spring semester of 2020.
Oh
So
my god,
not
that's when you
only am I-
started.
Yeah, that was my student teaching of senior year of college. So, and on top of that, the spring break for college was the week before spring break for the school I was doing my student teaching at. So for college, this was like things were heating up. Everything was getting canceled sports-wise. We were licking microphones during press conferences.
Okay.
And they basically told us, hey, when you go home for spring break for college, don't be surprised if you don't come back. So take more than you normally would. And that was the case before spring break was even done. They said, hey, you're not coming back for an indefinite amount of time, most likely the rest of the semester.
Yeah.
And luckily, with the following week being our spring break for student teaching, they were able to utilize that time to figure out how we were going to finish student teaching. To say it was a shit show is putting it nicely. There was absolutely no structure. Everything just got thrown out the window. They tried to do, and this was in South Carolina, mind you, so
Okay.
they weren't taking COVID super seriously to begin with.
Sure.
But they started to do this like online hybrid model, and there was just an issue of getting internet out to all the kids. I was at a Title I school, so that was just an issue on its own, getting kids to actually log in, do anything. We didn't know what to do for lesson planning. And at least with English, it was a little easier to take what we were doing in class and do it online. I can
So
only imagine.
what
how
are you doing in class? Can I ask, like,
Yeah.
so a big thing that I've heard is that, back in the day in English, and what grade is this? I'm sorry.
High school. So
High
I do
school.
9 through 12.
9 through
Combo
12. Okay.
level.
So high school English, you would be assigned a book like The Great Gatsby or something, and you would read it the class would all read it over the course of weeks and then do assignments on it. That was like the general idea.
Yeah.
So, but
for
I've
sure.
heard that has changed and you are no longer assigning full books. Is that the case?
Yeah. So in my 4 years, not counting like this year, we've just started the third trimester this week, actually. But for the first 4 years, I did one book each year.
Yeah.
And it worked relatively well. But the biggest problem, and this has just gotten more and more exaggerated with every passing year, and don't get me wrong, this has been a problem for forever. The
Yeah.
skill gap of your highest students and your lowest students in the class. And there's always going to be outliers, don't get me wrong.
Sure.
But when you have like 35 or 40 kids and 10 of them are 5 grade levels lower than the middle level, and then you have another that are 3 or 4 grade levels above everyone else, it's really hard to do any sort of
Right.
assigned reading more than just a couple articles. Luckily enough, there are some programs and websites that take news articles, and whether they use AI or whether people do handwrite or manual writing on this or typing, because this was before the big chat GPT AI boom when we started using it.
Yeah.
They'll take an article, you'll put an article in, and it will auto dumb it down. So everyone can read the same article, but the kids that don't know the 9th, 10th, 11th grade words can get a 5th grade version of that article. So we can all talk about the same concept,
Okay.
but the kids are able to read a little more difficult or easier so they can understand that concept. It works well for a small collection of news articles that are really big and talked about, but doesn't really help for a book or
Like a book, yeah.
lengthier discussion.
Okay. And then, so you mentioned this is pre-chat GPT. I really want to hear from a person on the front lines, English teacher in high school in America. Can you give me the whole arc of ChatGPT, like since it came in, to how you guys are reacting now? I would love to know.
Sure. So at first, it was a little more obvious because it was just not quite as fluid with how it writes, and the kids really didn't know how to manipulate it. So
Okay.
they're starting to get a little better in regard to adding something along the lines of like, write this like a 9th grader or write this for an English class. So ChatGPT throws in words that this person would know. Because I would get papers, I'm like, listen, you can't hold a discussion without saying like is every 3rd word, and you're giving me papers with 20 syllable words in it. Like, I know you didn't write.
Wow, dude.
Some of those were a
Wow.
bit more on the
You've
obvious
got
side.
a young Shakespeare and you're shitting on his dreams because he's writing incredibly. Yeah, he's a little shy. He's not speaking up, but he's writing perfectly, and you're shutting down his dream.
You're absolutely right. That is on me.
Okay, so previously it was very obvious, and now they're finding more advanced ways to use it that are harder to detect. But you're
Correct.
still pretty aware they're not writing it.
Yeah. Because then when you ask any sort of follow-up or you want to have a bigger discussion. And I'm not saying like, hey, Jonathan, when you wrote this on page 3 of your paper, what did you like? It's just you know as a teacher how, and especially with English, how your kids write, how they
Yeah.
talk. And I know as someone slight autism, dyslexia, like I write and talk slightly differently, but I've worked hard to do that. A lot of high schoolers, especially 9th and 10th graders, just the way they type is the exact same way they write.
Right.
For better or for worse. So as a teacher, later in the term specifically, you really do pick up on, this isn't you. And even from paper to paper, because ChatGPT is not going to have the same personality that the same person would from paper to paper,
Right.
or assignment to assignment. They're not lengthy papers every time. But even a couple paragraphs in a Canvas quiz, like just you have the same writing from question to question or from quiz to quiz.
Right.
These look like 2 entirely different students.
So that's my follow-up question is like, how do you deal with that? Because here's one thing to me that sounds horrendous, and that is taking time out of your day to grade a paper that is AI generated. I feel like that would just make me mad. It would make me so angry.
So we still have to write a paper because we have standards to meet, and I mean, there are end goals that need to be achieved. There is a larger picture at stake, but it absolutely has changed the way I teach. And don't get me wrong, I went into teaching because I was a horrible student until finally a teacher taught in a way that clicked. So I was like, it's not that I was dumb. It was just the teacher and I never clicked. They never taught in a way that
No, that's awesome. I like that a lot.
Going into a teaching profession, wanted to have a very atypical method of like what you said, how, you would read a book, Great Gatsby, whatever, 1984, and then you'd write a paper, have some sort of discussion, and then rinse and repeat throughout the term. Even when I was doing that one book, like that was the only book. Everything else was poetry and music. We would put together discussions. I would have the kids get into, because again, they're big classes, 35, 40, get into groups of, 8 to 10. And then that group of 8 to 10 kids does their own little mini project or something and then presents it to everyone else. I'm doing a lot of what would be considered atypical teaching methods because I hated, hey, read this book, write a paper, rinse and
Sure.
repeat.
No, that's cool. I like that.
It's basically an ends justify the means, but kind of flipped the way that's normally used.
But I guess what I'm running into, and it sounds like you're running into as well, is like, okay, but at the end of the day, you still have to do some sort of writing or test or assignments to measure their skill. And if some kids are ChatGPTing everything, how do you deal with it? Like, are you calling parents? Are you talking to the kids? Are you ignoring it? Like, how do you deal with the fact that this is happening? I guess I just want to get a better...
I mean, similarly to plagiarism, in all honesty, when a kid cheats across the board, whether it's I copied someone else, had someone write it for me, whatever the case may be, it's talk to the kid, go over what it may be. Very subjective of, do I give this kid a 0? Do I let them redo it? If it becomes a repeat offense, we do have some protocols in place of, talking to our department head and the assistant principal, then the principal, et cetera, calling home. But it's a very subjective thing. I try to talk to the kids first to find out the why. Did you use ChatGPT on this because you didn't have time? Because like I said, Title I, so a lot of the times it's a single parent at home working 2 jobs or taking care of younger siblings. So I get that my class isn't the only thing that's important to them. So tackling that first. If it was, well, I just didn't feel like doing it, okay, well, we gotta have a discussion about that. If it's, I really didn't have the time, but I couldn't afford the 0, and this is the first time you've done anything like this all term, there's some leniency in that regard. But in the end, it's just, if I have a kid submit a ChatGPT paper and I talk to them about it and they're just kind of whatever, I don't give a shit, well, then, all right, you're getting a 0 because you didn't write this. You owned up to it. It really is not much different than plagiarism.
Right.
Have your computer write for you versus I'm just copied someone else or stole a paper from online.
That's interesting. I'd say the one difference is that how easy it is to do. I feel like if you wanted to plagiarize back in the day, it's a complicated process or costs money or something. You know what I'm saying? But with ChatGPT, it's so tempting. I guess is what for a student who's like got something due, it's just so tempting. But okay, so what I want to ask is, you're seeing the most interesting crop of kids, I guess, the post-COVID
Yes,
grade school or high schoolers. And I would love to know what your thoughts are as they enter your classrooms and what you're seeing, and good and bad. Like what's your mindset?
Sure.
Mm.
Before tackling that, just two things. One, with the chat GPT before moving on.
Yeah.
The thing that really gripes me, and my big soapbox here, is the kids that are too lazy to even do that. I've had so many kids not submit an assignment that they could just copy and paste into chat GPT. And when I'm like, bro, why didn't you turn this in? And they're like, well, I didn't even feel like it. I'm like, I just want.
Wait, did I lose you? Jordan. Oh, that was hilarious. Jordan, I hope you're still there. That's funny. Dude, there's almost something based about being too lazy to chat GPT. I'll take the 0. I'm not going to let a machine take my paper. I'll just take the 0. That's so funny. OpenAI took him out. Wait, I got to... Jordan. Let me message. Yo. We got you back?
Yeah, apparently my internet shit itself. I apologize for
Oh,
that.
no, all good. That was hilarious. So
I'm not going to retangent that. I don't know where it was, but yeah, way too many kids that are way too lazy to actually do it. I really am optimistic for what you guys were saying in Lemonade Stand of like the batch of kids that dealt with all this are finally phasing out and we can get to some sense of normalcy again. I'm really optimistic that is happening. And it's almost like there's this dichotomy of, yes, the newer batch, my 9th and 10th graders who were going through COVID during, 6th, 7th grade have finally gotten into a bit more of a rhythm. And in education since, we've definitely modified, how we teach the structure of the day to accommodate a post-COVID world. But there's definitely a big pull apart of just the constant need of dopamine of you spent so many years quote in school, but you had another tab or window open watching a sporting event or scrolling through your phone and not having the teacher reprimand you. Schools figure out what do we do in regard to taking phones away, limiting what rights to
how do you deal with that with phones in class? Like what is your policy and what are you seeing?
Obviously this is too umbrella and generic to encompass everyone. There's always an outlier. But my one rule for the classroom before establishing anything else is respect. Not only respect amongst each other, but respect to me as well. And then respect outside the classroom. But if we can respect each other, we are better expected to learn and have a more successful just learning environment. With that established, I get less phone issues because I get it. I give them some leniency. You pull it out, you might be changing a song. I don't mind music while you're working because there's a good amount of independent work. You get the temptation to check your notification. I'm not going to make it where you're paranoid every second you're looking at your phone.
Sure.
And if a kid's on their phone for a good amount of time, I'll be like, hey, come on, Kyle, get off the phone. Hey, Juan, let's put it away. Things like that.
Okay.
And for the most part, like, yeah, sure, I got you, no problem. And it ends there. There are a few students that are like, I just don't care. I'm going to do it. And it's a subjective. Do you have the support of admin one way or the other for these kids? Is admin fed up with these kids? Not letting it kind of snowball. If I let this kid get away with it, who else might get away with it? There's no good answer, but by establishing the respect aspect at the start, I can pretty much say, hey, please put that away. And for the most part, they'll be like, yeah, I'll put it away.
Dude, I'd be so pissed at Kyle for rooting for the rest of us. If if we had phone leniency and Kyle... Wait, sorry, what'd you say?
I appreciate they do keep each other in check a
lot. Well, dude, that is interesting. I gotta say it sounds very refreshing, your approach towards it. You have a very positive outlook compared to what I would see, from other teachers I've spoken to and on like our teachers on Reddit, where they'll have maybe a more jaded, negative attitude. I guess if you could give me some of the positive things you're seeing and then also some of the negative. So like, what would you say are the upsides and the downsides of this job for someone considering becoming a teacher in this crazy time?
Definitely when you go to college, not that college is like you have to, but for college or for teaching you do. There's no weed out course. Like there's no teaching 201 that gives you like the advanced, calculations that really weed you out of engineering kind of thing.
Yeah.
But that's not until student teaching, which is pretty much the last semester anyway. So you gotta want to go into it. you first have to figure out elementary, middle, or high school, because those are 3 entirely different worlds themselves. And then from there, maybe consider volunteering at a school or doing some camp counseling or a daycare or whatever might be in the same wheelhouse or neighborhood to know, can I work with kids specifically this age for 7 to 8 hours a day before you're
Right.
2 weeks into your first year
And
teaching
you
and
just
you
hate
want them.
it. Okay, yeah.
It's definitely something you have to have a passion for. And everyone says it all the time, teachers don't do it for the pay, because we absolutely don't. And with that, it's not hyperbole. It's not an easy job. You have to want to do it and have the passion behind it.
So on that front, that's the was the downside I was going to bring up. Is not necessarily just the pay, but like, are you worried about, I don't know, administrative support? Are you worried about the Department of Education getting defunded? Like, where do you stand on that kind of stuff? Is there?
Sure.
Yeah.
I mentioned earlier that I went to college in South Carolina, and since graduating and teaching down there for a few years, I've moved up to Washington near Seattle. So like I have better support from admin, just being West Coast versus Bible Belt, being
Sure.
a top 10 state in education versus a bottom 5 state in education. So that's definitely been very helpful. Anytime I don't get support from admin, it's not because they're bad or they don't want to do their job. It's one of those, my hands are tied. I'm being admin. I'm juggling so many different things.
Sure.
This year alone, not counted. This has nothing to do with federal level. This is all state level. Last year, or between last year and this year, we lost a good amount of funding in the district. So like the front office secretary from last year is no longer with us because they had to get rid of her position. And then about halfway through the school year, when they realized, hey, all of those responsibilities being put on everyone else has been an absolute shit show, they hired someone else. But I feel like that might snowball. I'm concerned about that getting bigger. It really just comes down to how much becomes states' rights versus how much the president's office does, hey, we're just going to strip all these funding abilities and XYZ. Like, if it becomes a states' rights things and the states have control of their education, then luckily enough, in a poor rich get richer thing, I'm on the richer side in regard to how.
Right. So the real worry would be the states with less education funding.
Exactly.
I see.
So I'm optimistic in that regard.
Right. For your specifically, you're optimistic, but there's a broader.
States, I think the gaps can get bigger and.
It might have cut out a little bit, but I think you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay, I think we lost the last sentence, but okay. Well, I'm trying to think of what else is there anything else you want to tell me about this job? I probably have a million questions, but I'm having trouble articulating. I need a better English teacher like you. I'm trying to get across but here's what I'll say. I mean, my initial thoughts are that I think your students sound very lucky to have you. I mean, it sounds like this is a situation that could easily be more depressing in your position, and that you have a positive outlook and are treating them with respect. It sounds really cool. The fact that you can't spell school is not a losing proposition for them. They're actually winning. So I don't know if there's anything else you want to tell me about it, or any thoughts you have on the future or on these kids.
I don't know.
You might have cut out. Damn. Oh, parents. Great question is parents. Okay. If we can get Jordan back, I want to ask about parents, but it might be an internet L. I feel like we're getting taken down. This is cool. I mean, I can think of on like
my class.
Oh, Jordan, you there?
Whole. Yeah. Am I losing you again?
Yeah, we lost you all, but hopefully if we got you for a bit, I want to ask one more question, and that's about parents. What is you're now dealing with mostly millennial parents, I would assume.
Definitely.
Yeah. That's wild.
Older millennials, some of the younger Gen X.
Yeah. What is that like? What are you seeing with millennial parents?
As a younger millennial myself, it's kind of weird. I don't feel like I'm close to 30.
Dude.
Like I don't feel like the adult in the room all the time. So it's I like dealing with the older Gen X parents because I feel like I'm more talking to my parents.
Yeah. No, I'm with you.
I don't know. It's not something where I feel like there's really a generational thing. Maybe it's more the location I live in than the generation of the parents because
Damn. This is a good conversation, but we're just losing them. Jordan, if I can get you to come back later, I would love. You back? Sorry.
yeah.
You said no. We're doing our best. It's all good. It's all good. You said it's not the generation; it's the location of the parents. And
because even some of the grandparents that are guardians or older parents that are like Gen X parents have the same mindset for their kids in regard to like how to help their kid or where they're struggling, things like that, as opposed to it being more of a generational. Like when I talk to the boomer grandparents, I got to approach this way versus the, colored hair.
Yeah. I'm not generational stereotyping. I just mean like what are you seeing in terms of like pushback if the kid gets a bad grade? Are you dealing with any of that?
Equally in both ways. I get parents who are super supportive of, no, this is my kid's fault. And then the parents are like, what can you be doing better as a teacher? You get kind of both. I get a lot more supportive parents, but I also really don't have that many problematic kids.
I see. Okay.
So it's kind of a win-win in that regard.
That's cool.
There's a positive feedback loop there, at least.
Yeah. You're not getting overwhelmed, and that you feel like the administration has your back if a parent was to get
I really do love my school, and I have a lot of support from the admin at my school.
See, what this makes me think of is I mean, I think you're an incredible teacher, but it makes me think of I don't know if it's the wealth gap or whatever in quality of schools. It feels like you're in a great school. I feel like there's a lot of people that are not dealing with a school anywhere close to that would hire you, and sorry if I'm cutting you off.
I mean, I'm in a low-income Title I school in one of the suburbs south of Seattle. Like, there definitely is, but when parents care, when the admin care, like the teachers, like, it's cliched, but really it does feel like a family within my department, within my little cluster of teachers near me. And when you have that support, you have the teachers that are willing to go above and beyond. Again, super cliched, but that's more valuable. That's more rich than money can buy sometimes. You can have all the utensils and tools and gadgets in the world, but if you don't have people who want to be there, who want to apply the best way to use those, they're just kind of sitting there to be used half-ass.
That makes hard sense. Have you ever thought about, for example, like making the kids watch Marketing Monday videos so that they can start learning early and I could get a fan for life from an early age?
I will absolutely pass it down to the marketing department with English, unless you want to start talking about like language structures and how we use our mouth to speak and like what an adverb is. We'll go from there. But ironically enough, no, I use a lot of Tom Scott. I use a lot of other English-based literature, educational YouTubers. I'd love to get the coffee cow in class, but it just doesn't feel as applicable.
All right, we'll work on that. I'll do Adverb Tuesdays, and we'll see if that can make it in. Jordan,
I'll add you to my adverb.
I think we lost you again. Jordan, a pleasure talking to you. Sorry the internet was bad, but I enjoyed the conversation. Thank you so much. All right, let's find somebody else. That was interesting. That was very interesting. I'm going to try and do as many as I can. I know we're on a time thing, but that was a lot of fun. Let's see. Chat, you tell me what sounds interesting to you. We got a paint factory worker. We got sport investment trader, clerk of homelessness authority, tenant rights attorney. Wait a minute. Tenant rights attorney sounds so interesting. I'm clicking it. Hello. This is a cool website. This is actually awesome. Thank you for making this.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear.
What's up?
What should I call you?
Nathan.
Nathan, welcome to the stream. Thanks for doing this. Tenants rights attorney sounds very interesting to me. Is this? Can I describe what I think the job is, and then you tell me where I'm dead wrong?
Yeah, go for
Is
it.
this you defending tenants or sorry, are you helping greedy tenants take advantage of their poor defenseless landlords?
Yeah. Every time.
Okay, I see. So you're kind of the enemy. The landlords are out here working their ass off to provide a place to stay, and you're using the law to sort of exploit them and help these tenants steal all their money.
Yeah, I just represent leeches.
Oh, hey. Wait, sorry, my wife just walked in. Hey, babe.
I was just
Speaking
gonna
of.
say, Hail Glizzy.
I'm,
Wait, who are you on the phone
I'm
with?
interviewing
Oh,
chatters for
the
their jobs.
chat work. Very cool.
Yeah, very cool.
What's the current
This
job?
guy-
Hi, Ari.
He said hi.
Hello.
Nathan says
I
hi.
can't hear, but
He's a tenants' rights attorney.
that's sick. Oh, that is cool.
Isn't that cool?
What's the most litigious city?
Well, I don't know. He would know his own city, I would assume.
Oh, okay.
Wait, can I describe the
like
situation to you?
practicing.
So Ari and I live together in a apartment
I like the
in
joke.
San Francisco,
I like the fish.
and we had nothing against Russians specifically, but we had a stereotypically Russian landlord with a wife beater and a big chain named Vlad. And this guy put us in an apartment with deep
Oh, it
entrenched
was
black mold.
So bad, but we didn't know because
We didn't know about it. And Ari was
in the
sick all the
closet.
time.
I had like a sinus infection like 10 days every month.
Like, we have a case here. And also, he threatened me, or he hinted that he would like to have me out of the apartment so we could burn it down and raise the rents on the land. So I want to get an idea of where you would help me approach this problem.
Good one.
Okay, so I'm
Yeah.
not licensed in California, so I can't give you any legal advice, unfortunately. I will say mold cases are across the board pretty difficult.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because you need basically a laboratory result saying that there is indeed a specific species of mold. Then you need like an expert testimony from a doctor that says that your conditions are related to that
Oh, it
mold.
sounds
Oh,
like a
that's a
pain.
lot of work.
Like, yeah, it's expensive and it's very difficult. And a lot of people misidentify the species of mold because
We
nobody can.
didn't misidentify it. Let
distinguish
me
that.
Well,
tell
I don't
you.
know. I mean, it looked bad. It looked so
This
bad.
is like what Peter Parker turns into Venom with. This is
Yeah,
black mold.
no. Yeah, it was like Eddie Brock and like
It
the
was like-
symbiote. It was the symbiote.
it
like
was
it was like
Spilling out
all
of the walls,
over. It was
dude.
like
It was disgusting.
it was mold. It doesn't matter if it was black mold. I mean, it was black, but like it
Well,
wasn't
like-
capital B black. You know.
At least where I practice, you could probably
Well, I
get
don't
your
know,
rent
actually.
back from that, but I don't think you would get your medical bills paid.
I see. I understand.
That's so interesting.
Well, can I ask you? Okay, so I'm sorry, we jumped the gun here onto my personal problems, and those aren't important. I want to ask you, what your most common, I don't know what the word complaint is. Or what are people approaching you for the most?
That's a good question.
So we get a lot of roaches, mice, so maintenance issues, and then
Vermin.
tons of just bad billing and bullshit fees.
Interesting. Okay, so what's that like? What are your odds if someone approaches you with one of those things? Like, I guess what I'm asking is the difficulty of this. I mean, it feels like you're going up against moneyed interests who have better chance of throwing lawyers and money at the problem. What is
You would think that,
Yeah.
but there aren't many tenants' rights attorneys, and so most landlords' attorneys are not very used to going up against opposition.
Oh.
So it's actually phenomenally easy. And also,
Okay.
all landlords are scumbags and are kind of egregiously evil.
Yeah.
So there's always a shit ton of evidence, and the lawyers are not very good.
So they're used to just rolling over tenants who don't know their legal rights. And when you show up and do the basic showing of evidence, you actually have a really strong case, is what you're telling me.
Usually, yeah, but I mean, the power imbalance though does usually mean that it kind of evens out because our clients are always poor and they'll take the really shitty settlement.
Oh, they always take the
whatever.
first settlement offer because
Because they don't know any better.
it's tough.
Well, he's
Or
in
or a
industry, right?
lot of times they're in desperate straits, and so it's just they'll take whatever they can get, which is
That's-
fine. But it's I know on paper a lot of these claims could be way better.
Okay, so do you ever make that case to them? Like, hey, if we held out, we could get a lot more? Or do you, it's sort of, you don't want to push them one way or the other?
It's based on the client. Like if they're in a pretty bad spot, then it's like, yeah, if you can get some cash to help you out with what you're going through right now, avoid homelessness, then like, yeah, that's good.
Jeez, dude.
But like, yeah, we will tell them, like, I think that, if we push a bit further, put a bit more work in and a bit more time, and we're pro bono, so it's like it's at no cost to them, but it's like
You're
literally
pro bono?
Then
just time.
how do you get
Yeah.
paid?
Yeah, wait. First of all, how did you get into this, and how does your business work? How does this work?
I have to get my teeth out.
We
Very
get
cool. Peace out.
we get paid through like grants.
Really?
Yeah.
So you don't get like a piece of settlements?
Generally, no. Sometimes if a case goes to trial and we ask for attorney's fees, we'll get a share of that.
I see. Okay.
But like, yeah.
Dude, you're
It's
like,
it's
you watch Better Call Saul?
I'm wearing a University of America Samoa sweatshirt right now.
You're very Kim Wexler pilled. Okay, well, that's very impressive. Can you tell me how you got into this?
Yeah, I've been like a filthy lib for like a really long time. And after law school, I was like, pretty much every person in law school is like goes into it thinking like they're gonna change the world and be like a good person.
Yeah.
But then I remember the first job offer I got was the same day that my car broke down, and I just took it, and it was not something that I wanted to do, but it paid a lot better than the jobs I was interested in.
Sure, yeah.
So like I took like a medium evil job, which I thought was like a compromise between like doing good.
Sorry, what's
and...
medium evil? Are you like
So the first job I did after law school was I worked for the government.
Okay.
And so like on one hand it's the like civic duty, like it's kind of cool. But then on the other hand it's like these cops broke down like a church wall, and
you're defending the cops when they
yeah.
So,
And then like I called like the lieutenant, and he was like, yeah, we definitely did that shit. And then and I had to sign off on euthanasia orders on people's pets.
Jesus. Okay. All right. So you decided after a while of doing that you wanted out.
Yeah.
And then this opportunity came along. How? For tenants' rights? I don't.
Yeah. So I live in a city where the city has very recently decided to put funds together to pay for attorneys to represent people in eviction cases.
Okay.
And so I did eviction defense work for about a year. And I interned there in law school. So it's just, there's not many places that do that sort of work. I think most legal aids will have that sort of thing. But luckily, I live in a jurisdiction where there
I'm surprised this exists.
That.
This is like, I mean, it seems pretty useful and cool.
There's a couple cities, a couple dozen, maybe like a dozen or so cities across the country, and then there's a couple states that have statewide funding for it.
Do you have advice for people in chat who maybe don't live in those districts, but is there things they should know about their rights as a tenant that you think should be more common knowledge?
I think one, everybody, make sure everything is in writing, because there are so many times where I'm talking to a client or a potential client, and they're just like, yeah, I went down and I told the guy that I had black mold. And it's like, yeah, you can testify to that, but it's so much better if you have an email or a text or a letter. Like that's just way better.
Right.
So there's that. Photos are always great.
What about tipping your landlord? Are you pro or anti that?
No, you should pay your landlord as little as possible. Dude, it's like it's criminal what they get away with. Actually, actually.
Oh, yikes. I'm not sure I could agree with that. I feel like they deserve a good tip for all the work they do. Like around Christmas, maybe you just give a nice tip to your landlord.
Nah, dude, I've had enough clients get homeless around Christmas. I'm fucking pissed.
I mean, this honestly sounds pretty heroic what you're doing. I think this is a very, very, I wish funding for this existed in more places, because I do think one of the biggest problems in this situation is the information gap, or like the fact that so many tenants are exploited on things they have rights to but don't know. And I feel like this has happened to me as a student or right after college, where I just felt like I might have deserved my deposit back in certain times, but they just know I'm not equipped to to take them up on it or to fight them on it, and that on aggregate they're going to take all my money. And so I think it's cool that it exists. I wanted to, I guess. Do you have thoughts of anyone who's trying to get into this career? What would you tell them? What are the good and bad parts?
Okay, so it's incredibly fulfilling. As you mentioned, like having like a very positive impact in like everyday people's lives, especially because like everybody has had an issue with their landlord. And so it's really nice to actually make a difference there. And like I think for most people who do this sort of work, like you think about your own experiences with your landlord. And so it's so incredibly fulfilling and to make a difference in people's lives. So that's easily number one. Like this is the first job I've ever had that I actually like, which is kind of weird for me because I was always kind of like a lazy person.
Sure.
And now it's like, oh, I actually like care about the shit that I do. It feels weird.
No, that's awesome. I mean, that's awesome.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good and a bad thing because then it's also like I'm not really like socializing as much because like I will go home and then like I think about like the case.
Oh, you're really
like,
diving into the work.
A bit too much, but like I mean, it's a good and a bad thing. So there's that. I think that particularly when I was doing eviction defense, I think one of the negatives it's very emotionally taxing and can be, because your work is kind of make or break for whether or not somebody's going to be homeless.
Right.
And I mean, and while the cases are often pretty decent, your clients are typically not in great positions, and so you can get very, very invested, and that can be very difficult to manage that. Another downside is the pay is not as great as private sector work.
Yeah.
And so, but like, I mean, I make like good money relative to like a job. Like I remember I worked between college and law school, and I'm making double what I was making then. So like I do good for like a job, but like relative to like someone like the people I graduated with in law school, like they're doing generally much better.
Yeah, but
like
whenever,
I'm still like comfortable.
You get to the gates of heaven, you can look down on them. You know what I'm saying? Like,
kind of actually, like I'm in like I'm in a list, like there's a list, like a giant email chain of like quote unquote young lawyers, and like somebody sent an email the other day that's like, hey, I'm trying to serve somebody who has no address. Like, how do you go about that? And I was just in my mind, I was like, dude, you're looking for advice on how to sue a homeless person. like what the fuck is wrong with you?
How did you get here?
Even if you're successful, you don't get anything because like they don't have any money. Like I was like, dude, like that you're just a piece of shit. Like that. Yeah. That's so awful.
That is for the love of the game. They really have to love suing people to go after a homeless man.
And it's embarrassing enough to like post that to like a public email chain. But like one, I don't know enough about what I'm doing. Like it's actually like kind of a pretty easy answer. And then two, like I don't know how to do this easy thing to accomplish an evil end. Like cool.
That is fucking wild, I will say. Okay. I'm trying to think of anything else I want to ask on that. I mean, this is a really cool job, and I'm glad it exists. But, oh, can I ask you? Is there a case that you've worked on that sticks with you? Is there anything?
Yeah, I've had a couple cases that I've really liked. One of my quickest ones, and it's a funny one, is when I was doing eviction defense work. I reach out to the tenant. They have like a family of like four. They're paying like $2,400 in rent. I live in the Midwest. That's a lot here.
Yeah.
And I was like, why aren't you paying your rent? And they're like, we stopped paying our rent because there's too many snakes in the house. I was like, wait, what are you talking about? They're like, there's like over 50 snakes. And I was like, well, like, surely that's an exaggeration. And they're like, no, it's at least 50. And I was, how do you know that? And they're like, we put down 10 glue traps and they each caught 5 snakes. So it's that. And then he sent me pictures. And so then I took all those pictures. I sent them to the lawyer for the landlord, and they just immediately dismissed the case. So like that was really funny.
That's not gonna look good in court.
But like probably like my biggest dub is there was this woman who was being sued for like $400 in rent or something, and but she had some terrible maintenance problems. Like none of her doors locked, so like whenever she would have to put down a block of wood to like secure her doors.
Oh, geez. Okay.
And if she ever left the house, then just her house was unlocked. Had like holes in it, no electricity in like half the building. Like had a possum infestation. So like, it was pretty bad. So like they sued her for like a couple $100 in rent. Then we were awarded, or she was awarded.
Sorry. They can hear you, but I can't. It cut off. Can you just one sentence back? Sorry.
Yeah. The law sued her for like a couple $100 in rent,
Okay.
and then so then we took that case to trial, and she won like $25,000 in rent. The guy appeals, which is insane. And then on the appeal, we ask for more, and we get $120,000.
Dude,
And
holy
so like yeah, it's pretty sick.
So what is that case revolve on? You're just proving that this place was like impossible to live in. You're just showing all the evidence that like this landlord didn't fulfill his duty as a landlord, or what? Can you walk us through like how that case is built?
Yeah, so it's like a lot of the photos spoke for themselves and like how shitty this place was, and then testimony from the tenant who said like they complained about these problems and he didn't come to fix them. We also had like reports from the city that like cited this guy for inspections. This guy also was like he's a terminal liar. Like he was like, yeah, actually the city, they love me because I work for the city, and we were like, well, like he said that in trial. We were like, that sounds like bullshit, and so we reached out to the city, and we got somebody to testify later that day. Like we had to subpoena them to come down to the court in like 2 hours or something, and they were like, okay, so not only does he not work for the city, but he's prohibited from ever working with the city because he used to, and he did such a terrible job that and then like he also was like previously he tried to declare bankruptcy or something a long time ago and hid assets, and so like yeah, he's just a terminal liar. And like did your client get paid? Like did he declare bankruptcy on this time around? Because $100,000 is a pretty big. He tried to do that again, and then we got the bankruptcy judge to throw it out, and we're doing our best. We've gotten some money to our client, but like he's a slippery devil. So like for example, like we garnish the wages at he's a pastor. We garnish the wages at his church.
He's a pastor,
and
he's a pastor lying under oath and making this miserable place to live.
Yeah,
a pastor landlord.
Yeah,
there's got to be something in the Bible about this,
dude. I've had a couple pastor landlords, and dude, they're the worst ones. I had one where the tenant was in the parish, like so he was the pastor and the employer and the landlord.
Crazy.
Like it was insane.
That's crazy.
But yeah, like so we garnished the wages at his church, and then the church came and they were like, this is really fucked up that he's not paying you, so we're probably just gonna let him go. and then we were like, okay, we're gonna take one of his houses and sell it and use that to pay. And then the house mysteriously burns down 2 days before the sale.
Oh my god!
And so we're he's a slippery guy.
That's wild. That's fucking wild, dude. You're living in the TV show. That's crazy. That's so how often, can I ask, how often, one more question, I don't want to take much of your time, but how often are these cases actually going to trial? It's
11:30 p.m. where I am. Like you can take as much time as you want.
Okay. Yeah.
The cases very rarely go to trial. It usually requires somebody to be like very stubborn.
I see.
And like in most cases in the law, not even just landlord tenant stuff, most cases do not go to trial. So most of the time it ends up with a settlement. ahead of time. But that doesn't mean that we don't get good outcomes. So like we had a class action with a senior home, and we got a pretty hefty chunk of change for all the tenants who had lived there, and then commitments to make sure that the bed bugs that they were there were eradicated.
Good stuff, man. I mean, seriously, it sounds like on the whole you are making regular people's lives better as a course of business, which is cool. I'm glad you exist. That is cool. Hopefully, when we call you in 2 years and you're a corporate lawyer and you've given up all this.
No, I took a pay cut to do this job. I'm pretty happy with what I'm doing.
That's cool. I hope some people in chat are inspired to follow in your footsteps. This would be cool to do. Is there any last words you want to say about this job, or anything else you want to share with the chat?
Nah.
Well, all right, man. I appreciate you coming on out. Nathan, thank you very much.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me.
Have a good one.
Yep. Peace.
You guys couldn't see his profile picture, but he was dressed to the nines in a mirror tuxedo selfie too, which is pretty kick a chat. It's actually pretty sick. Yeah, very cool. Very cool. I appreciate Nathan for coming on. Let's get into our job here. Let's get into our job. So many. I'm sorry if we're not going to be able to get to all these. I really should do this at least once a month because it's such a fun segment. I always really enjoy it. Dude, I would love to talk to this guy, but I think I do so much Tesla stuff lately. I need to pull back. Elon, we got enough Elon stuff. Private yacht crew is kind of interesting. 11th grade student, no real job. D1 basketball creative director is interesting. At least for me. NFL player podcast editor. God, these are so many interesting jobs. All right, I'm going to do some rapid fire ones, okay? I'm going to try and do just a few questions. I'm going to ask this guy some questions. Hello.
Hey.
Hey, what's up? What should I call you?
You can just say Josh. That's fine.
Josh, welcome to the stream. Thanks for coming on. I did not know this was a job. NFL player podcast editor. Can you tell me more about it?
Yeah, so right now, I'm not sure how familiar you are with the NFL, but I am the podcast editor for Max Crosby of the Las Vegas Raiders. Okay. And if you keep up with the news, about a week ago, he was very briefly the highest paid non-quarterback in NFL history for about 3 days until he got passed up.
Okay, this is Max Crosby. And you are telling me he was the highest paid player in the NBA? Or sorry, in the NFL?
Yes, he got, I believe it was a 105 million over a 3-year contract extension, like that.
Okay, and he's got a podcast.
Yeah, so he does his podcast with 2 of his college teammates.
The Rush with Max Crosby.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So how did you get this job? Did you know him? How did this come about?
So like most jobs, it comes from nepotism.
Okay.
So my last job, I was actually the podcast editor for Jalen Brunson and Josh Hart of the New York Knicks.
Okay, that's awesome.
Yeah. So Jalen Brunson, another Nico Harrison mistake. We can just
He's got a long history of them.
Exactly. Yeah. So at my last company that I was with, I was chosen to be I started as the Snapchat editor there, just random Snapchat stories, stuff like that.
Okay.
And they moved me up to the creative unit team, which is working with their athletes and just their content creators.
So I'm sorry, is this through their agents? Is this are you what's the parent company you're doing this for? The
last one I was with Brunson and Hart, that's with Playmaker, which is which got acquired by Better Collective. I don't know how to describe them.
Okay.
And then Max Crosby's was also with them, but they left because they disagreed with management, and then I was let go of in August or so. So then they kind of scooped me up along with them.
I see, to make their own thing. Okay.
Yeah, so...
But these are media companies whose main property is sports media?
Yeah, so Playmaker, like they focus primarily on like content creation for athletes. They wanted to give them a voice
I
and
see.
stuff like that.
Okay,
So
cool.
they did a bunch of stuff like that. And then my younger brother worked at Playmaker as a content creator. And then he eventually left. But while he was there, he worked with Max Crosby and his team on their podcast. So when they left, one of the hosts asked him, "Hey, do you know anyone who can edit or produce for us?" So he's like, "Well, Playmaker just laid my brother off, so
So
match made
you
in
say
heaven."
your brother's a content creator. He's an athlete?
He is not an athlete. He's just a sports content creator. You can look him up on Instagram or TikTok. His username is that guy Garf, Garf.
That guy Garf.
Yeah, he makes a lot of videos, just like like reacting to like news that's just being done for like for athletes like signing.
This is your brother, that guy Garf. He does like sports comedy, apparently.
Yeah, sports comedy stuff like that.
All right,
Like he's in
we're gonna
Vegas
watch one
now.
right now. We're gonna judge your brother. Okay, every commercial break during March Madness. Let's see.
We'll be right back after this break. This pig!
Apparently, there's a really annoying pig commercial. I'm seeing +2s in chat. He passed the vibe test. Okay.
I'll let him know. He'll be happy.
Okay. Okay, cool. So, my first question would be, we have an editor on our podcast, and the main thing that we are desperate to have an editor for is to make sure that nothing that'll get us demonetized makes it to air. So how much of what you're doing is taking out things they said that'll hurt their brands?
For Crosby specifically, I want to say that might be priority number one because they say fuck a lot. So my main job there is I have to censor out every time they say fuck.
Okay. That's what I figure. I mean, that's like the main thing is like making sure that the stuff you say in random conversation doesn't get the whole thing demonetized. How do you like the job?
It's pretty good. Like it's not a full-time thing. I basically only work one night a week. I get paid hourly. Like I'm always looking for more stuff. So if Lemonade Stand or any other content creators that are looking, please keep me in mind.
Yeah, I'll keep it in mind. I mean, you're taking Adish's job. If I ever want to fire Adish, I'll keep you in mind. But
before you going back to the censoring, protecting their brand.
Yeah.
At least for Crosby, like he's like the bad boy or whatever. Like that's like the Raiders like image.
Yeah.
But when I was with Brunson and Hart, that had like Hart likes to keep it like kind of like light. He'll joke around. Like Brunson's team wanted it like super squeaky clean. Like anything that could be taken out of context, I had to just straight up cut.
Interesting. So a 2-hour conversation gets cut down to 20 minutes.
Not too much, but if they say anything, like the worst is when it comes to like guests. Like I won't go into full detail, but
Sure.
we had Tracy Morgan on Jalen and Josh's podcast.
Okay.
There was so much I had to cut from that podcast because Brunson's team was like, we cannot let this get out. This is so wildly inappropriate.
That's funny. Do you like if someone were considering this as a job or trying to do this, what would you tell them? What would your advice be?
Biggest advice I would probably give them is don't act like you're like the athlete's best friend. Like don't like expect much from like them. Like
Interesting.
because you need to keep that buffer between you. Because I'm not friends with Max. I've spoken to him a couple of times. I mostly deal with the co-hosts because they're like the ones who are running the stuff behind the scenes. We deal with, and then like I'm in the group chat with like the team who sells the ads, stuff like that.
Yeah.
And then Max's agent specifically, who is the one who pays me. So I feel like you always need to keep that buffer between you and the athlete. Like you're not him.
Right. You're not trying to. Yeah, it makes sense. Adish lived with me. He's fucking pushing it too far. He stayed in my house for a week. This is what I'm talking about. We need to switch jobs. I need to hire you, dude. I need a professional. This guy's.
I won't. I guarantee you, I will not leave you.
No, I'm kidding. All right. Well, it sounds cool. I mean, it sounds interesting. I would say, the only thing that my knowledge of podcast editing is that it's a tough gig for time. Like you're under a bit of a time crunch. Usually it's a lot of hours of content that you have to kind of listen through and edit down, and you have a very short amount of time to do it to hit an upload schedule. Is that your case too, or do you guys have more flexibility?
For this one, it's definitely a lot more like that because they usually record. So like during the NFL season, they play Sundays most of the time.
Yeah.
And then the other two co-hosts, like they're not based in Vegas, but occasionally they would do a couple of episodes like in person there.
Yeah.
So he would usually get home Sunday night. And for the first few weeks of the season, like they did it like maybe like 2 a.m. on like.
Oh, they're doing it like the same night after the games?
For the first few weeks, they did it like the same night. But then, like, if it was like cross country, they had to fly back. So then they eventually pushed it to just recording it Monday night, and it would get posted Tuesday at around like 2 p.m. Central.
Yeah, but it's a quick turnaround.
Yeah, and then for Brunson Hart, like that one, they would usually record a couple days in advance, but then we had to go through so many like different revisions because, like I said, they wanted like stuff to be squeaky clean.
Do you get bored listening to the podcast so much? Like, are you tired of this guy's voice?
Not necessarily.
Okay.
And I'm not just saying that because I'm employed right now.
I mean, that's a yes because you're employed. I'm kidding.
When they talk about stuff like, there's stuff that I don't understand. I was not an athlete, like despite my physically superior muscles that I believe I have just from watching the podcast.
Sure.
But like there's a lot of like locker room talk, and then just like sometimes they break down X and O's, and like that's just gibberish to me.
Yeah, that makes sense. All right, well, brother, I appreciate you sharing with us. That was pretty cool. Thanks for coming on.
I appreciate it.
All right, take it easy. All right, let's do another one. Dude, I keep losing the website, and I really want to look at it. Oh, here it is. Okay. Who do we got? We got more job interviews. DOE nuclear engineer. Holy, I get paid to do nothing. All right, this is a super rapid fire one. Goreflop, rapid fire. I'm talking, we'll put 2 minutes on the clock. Goreflop.
Hello.
Welcome to the broadcast. Goreflop. Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you loud and clear. Let me check the audio levels.
All right.
Sounds good. Goreflop, what do you do that gets paid to do nothing?
So let me be a little bit clearer with what I mean by nothing. I go to a job. Hold on, I'm getting a little bit of a reverb here.
Wait, sorry, you're getting echo? What did you say? Did I lose you?
Good.
Hello?
I think we're good.
Hello? Yeah, it sounds better.
Okay, sorry about that. So I go to my job, and I sit down for about 8 hours.
Okay.
And I sit in a comfy chair.
Okay.
And I play video games.
Okay.
And it's pretty sick. I get paid $18 an hour. But
what do they think you're doing?
Nothing. I mean, I work. So let me tell you what I. If you're like 20 years old.
Yeah.
About like having a career, and you're kind of just like work night audit at a hotel. Because I put like 200 hours into Balatro at my sitting in front of like a comfy like fireplace and a comfy chair, and like I mean I pretty much do every night. I just put on my little shirt, I go, and I like, dude, I read like a 4 million.
You've got a noise gate on that is cutting off half of every sentence. I'm picking up most of it, but if you're doing auto detect, lower the gate or whatever, because it's self-censoring. I can't hear. I'm having to figure out what you're saying.
That might be.
Okay.
What the fuck is that? Okay, hold on.
Dude,
man.
Like when you said hold on, it just said hold, and then it cuts off.
All right. Well, that's pretty much all I had to say.
Okay. All right. Goreflop, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Yeah, man. Have a good one.
You have a good one. Bro's at work right now. All right. Go next. It sounded like he was a security guard who doesn't have any work to do and plays video games at his job, which sounds based. Sounds good. There's a Chili's cook? Nuclear missile? Chili's cook. Fuck it. Fuck it for the fans. RC!
Hello.
Hello.
Hello,
Hello.
hello.
Hello. Welcome to the broadcast.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming on. Listen, I am a huge fan of what you do. American hero is what I want to stop and chat. We'll salute for a second. You are doing a damn good thing here. Okay.
Thank you.
Feeding hungry people in a brilliant establishment like Chili's. It's
good food.
Okay. So that was my first question to you. First of all, have you worked other fast casual restaurants? Like, is there a difference between Chili's and anywhere else you've worked?
No, but I've heard stories from my coworkers. I have worked at this specific Chili's for 4 years.
Okay.
So I've just been locked down here.
You are locked down.
I'm locked in at the Chili's, man. It's bad. It's bad out here. But I've heard, because this is how I describe it to people. It's like people want the service of a sit-down restaurant at the speed of a fast food restaurant.
Yeah.
So it's really difficult when people are like, "Get me my food," and I'm like, because it's real food. We got like shipments and fresh meat and everything.
Dude, that's fire.
But I don't think it's too different, because I'd assume that, you know, it's kind of like one tier up from like a McDonald's. Like, it's not quite like a Cheesecake Factory, but it's like, you know, it's somewhere in between.
Yeah, I mean, I guess what I fuck with Chili's is you're just getting so much more and it tastes better for the price than McDonald's, which is essentially the same price. Like, it's essentially.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah. Do you... Oh, sorry.
No, you go.
Okay, I was going to say, do you get... like, do you ever eat the food? Are you ever consuming Chili's on your own time?
No, totally. So I think it's like a technically 6-month mark, but you get a 50% free coupon. And also, since I'm a cook, I get 1 free like cook meal per shift.
It is a permanent 50% coupon or just once?
No. Every time I come in, I can get half off my food.
Oh, that's hype. That's actually sick.
Yeah,
Okay.
no, it's great. But if I'm like on shift working, I can, you know, just kind of get whatever. There's an official like menu of like things that you can and can't get. Like it's like a TM menu, but
sure.
You know, it's honestly whatever. It's like I've worked here for so long that, you know, it's they don't really care. But
oh, did we lose you? Chili, RC. I called you Chili because I was reading notes. RC,
No.
I want to ask you a question. So, you've been there for 4 years. It was actually a very relevant question for then, because you've seen the change in Chili's. Chili's has had, I don't know if they had a new management, but they changed their strategy within the past 4 years, and it worked really well. I don't know if you've noticed. Has that something you've noticed working there? Like, are you noticing more customers? Are you noticing a difference in strategy? Are you noticing a difference in food, a smaller menu or whatever? Is that, what's your thoughts on that?
yeah, the smaller menu thing. So there used to be a lot of different various menu items that people just kind of wouldn't order, and they would sit there. So like a few years ago, the management was just like, we need to cut these. They were like, they're only used for one thing. For example, on the bacon burger at Chili's, they used to have a garlic aioli. But they were just like, we're not using this for anything. So they got rid of it and swapped it out for mayo. So they got to cut down on cost like significantly.
Right.
So a lot of the ingredients have became like concentrated further in to the like the menu, so it's less shipments, and I think that just saves on cost, because they don't have
and also
to,
like for the, I assume for like complexity or like training or like getting, you know, one extra thing means more likely to get it wrong.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
No, it's the menu items have been a lot like more simplified, and the kind of complicated ones have been kicked, because, you know, it's a food service job, so people cycle, and especially with like, you know, like a Chili's type thing, like, because it's pretty similar to McDonald's, where people come and people go, and it's just kind of passed down information. It feels like I'm playing like telephone, where, you know, I get told from the person who worked there before me, and then I'm telling these people. So, and there is like official, like, you know, training that people go through, but it's really just like hands-on on the job, like interviews. So that's allowed for a lot of my new coworkers. They pick up on it quick. They're just in that.
Can I ask?
It's so nice.
Oh,
Yeah.
what as a Chili's expert, you know you've been there a long time, you've seen everything. What would you suggest is the good order? Let's say you're talking to someone in chat who's going to go to their first Chili's. What should they get? What is their?
I mean, okay, I'm kind of going against myself here, and
Yeah.
I'll explain why.
Yeah.
But the triple dipper.
Okay.
Because so there's like
I love
3
the
zones.
triple dipper.
I love them, but I hate making them.
I see.
Because there's like 3 zones. There's like fry, middle, and salad. And
Yeah.
I primarily work in fry, and that's where the triples come from. And like I realize how cost effective and good it is because you get 3 things. Like it's an insane deal.
Yeah.
But I have to make them every time. So I see people order a triple, and I'm like, "Oh, you're smart."
Right. Okay. What do you get? Like if you were ordering for yourself, what's your order of choice?
Way back when I would just get like pastas or quesadillas. But since it's all like fresh ingredients, I can like mix and match. Like one thing that I've done recently is the margarita chicken seasoning. I'll just get some of the margarita chicken and some of the rice and just eat that.
Oh, that sounds good.
Yeah,
That sounds
because
fucking good.
it's all like raw fresh ingredients, so I don't actually have to like
Bro, you sound like an ad, but you're not paid to do this. Like you're actually just telling me what. I know that's fucking cool. All right, bro. Well, I have over the past, I'd say 2 years, actually become a really big Chili's fan. I went with my family.
Yeah,
I took them to family, so it is cool to hear from you. I don't know if there's anything else you want to share about the job. Well, I mean, you can if you want to tell me what's the bad part of the job. Is there customers that are annoying, or what's the part that you get most frustrated with?
Well, because I cook, but I actually haven't just cooked. I've worked like front of house customer service stuff. So like that is frustrating working with the customers.
Yeah.
But as a cook, it's just the rush. Around lunch or dinner time, you get so many orders, and it's just like it feels like a workout. Like I'm mentally trying to plan what I need to go get, and I'm so
Yeah.
it's like it's just like a lot at times. But then that kind of pays off because when you're closing, there's barely any orders.
Do you
And
guys
since I'm a
do?
cook,
Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah,
I just want to ask. Do you guys do online orders?
Yeah.
So that's a pain on its own, right? Because people I've talked to that work in food service, when there's a rush of like DoorDash orders, they've told me it's very frustrating or difficult.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of difficult because you get. Have you heard of what IJW is?
No.
It's like a ghost kitchen.
Okay.
Do you know yeah? So it's just the wings that we have, but you can order it through the ghost kitchen. So we
Oh.
get like the normal Chili's orders, and then the ghost kitchen orders. So it can be more.
Wait, it's just wings? Is a Chili's ghost kitchen for the wings? I knew it was a ghost kitchen. I didn't know it was for Chili's. That's funny.
No, it's the same wings. It's the same recipe.
That's funny.
But no, the to-go orders sometimes straight up DoorDasher. Well, I guess they're not DoorDashers, but people will come in and steal from the DoorDashers because we have
shit.
like
They'll just pretend to be picking it up.
Because like some different restaurants will have like it's behind the counter, so they can't walk in and just get it. But if it's a rush and people aren't paying attention, somebody comes in and grabs the bag, and they're just like, "That must be the guy." But then the actual guy comes in, and he's
no.
like, "Yeah."
Dude,
So
that's
then,
actually fucked up. That's so annoying.
I know. Yeah, and then the to-go person comes back to me, and they're like, "Hey, I need this order refired. Someone stole it." And I'm like, "Oh." It's so like it's just insane to me. It's
That's
like
fucked up.
It reminds me of on one of your TikTok things. There was the video of the guy in front of the business, and there's like pretend that you're on the phone and then just signal to the guy.
Yeah, just take the food.
Yeah. No, people do that. People listen.
You know what the crazy next step is going to be? I shouldn't even put this out in the world. But the dasher who's hungry is going to steal his own food, then come back in and say it was stolen. So you fire it again. So he gets 2 copies of the order and he can eat one while delivering it. I swear to God, that is the next fucking step.
No, there was. I've seen it with drinks. There was there was a guy who like ordered like a strawberry lemonade or something, and he takes the order, walks out, takes it to his car, And then he comes back and he's like, "Oh, I spilled the drink. Can I have another one?" And we like look, and we can see his car. There's no spill. Like you spilled the drink. Just
Dude, that's crazy. That's
It's not
crazy
worth
because this is like all these little interactions rely on the goodness of people, you know, being like, all right, well, you know, and it's like when it starts getting exploited at scale, then then like you have to cut back on being able to be nice. Like everyone has to like, that's what I hate. It's like when everyone starts doing it and there's no trust, and then no one can give you the extra drink when you spill it because they can't trust you. It sucks. It sucks.
Yeah. But I do have to say, as one last thing.
Yeah.
The whole stream where you came in and they like ordered the birthday molten. I have to say, because you think like oh, it might be annoying. Honestly, it's like refreshing doing anything but just making food for people over and over again. It's such a grind.
Okay.
Yeah, it's such a grind. So, you know, when people come in, because there's like every time I call them customers, my managers are like, no, they're guests. But like when you're like connecting with somebody, you know, like, and actually being genuine to like your servers and stuff, it is so nice just like having a human connection where it doesn't feel that you're like I'm not like a wage slave, like I'm not just make my burger,
right?
But they're actually like, they're like,
so you wouldn't feel annoyed if there was like a weird guy in the corner talking to himself and said Wakanda forever.
Yeah, hit him with the Wakanda forever. I've seen that.
As long as that wouldn't bother you. I mean, you're making me feel better because I felt very embarrassed about that whole thing. But I'm glad. I'm glad it wasn't so bad.
That's hilarious. No,
RC, thank you so much. I appreciate you coming on. This is very fun. If you have any more stories you want to share, definitely hit me up. We'll bring on. Actually, I shouldn't ask this. If I'm ever,
you're fine. If
I'm ever in your area, I want to go to a Chili's where someone I know is there, but I don't want you to dox yourself.
That's perfectly fine.
Okay. Well,
like I can share it with you personally, but
I'll message you. I'll message you. RC, thank you for coming on. I appreciate it.
Yeah, totally. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Okay. What time is it? It's 9:58. Damn it! I sorry. I would love to do 50 more of these, bro. We should probably do this again sooner. Chat, you tell me what stands out to you. So many interesting jobs here. Ex-FTC chair. There's no fucking way. Right? There's no fucking way. Lena Khan's in my chat. No fucking way. No. Imagine that's Lena Khan. She just sad. Lena Khan crestfallen at her computer, like, maybe next time. Click it. No, dude, I don't want to incentivize people to just fucking lie or make jokes. You know, there's like real people with real jobs in here that I want to talk to. I'm sorry if I'm scrolling past. Published author, Ukrainian civil military volunteer. Yo. Yo, Pawk. Can you hear me? Did it not work? They left? Oh. I think I have to refresh. It's getting late for Europeans. I am sorry if this is something you're staying up for. It's tough to do this thing because there's so many people that have cool things I want to talk to. Balding at 21 is not a job. That's just being a Twitch viewer. Slave to the American school system, movie theater crew, beer brewer, Albertson system manager, sports investment trader, chemical plant operator, app developer for Instagram influencer like Otto for I'm just trying to get something all these jobs will be interesting. I'm just trying to get something that's a little bit different for what we've done. Homeless shelter in Denmark, get to work speedrunner professionally, German auto manufacturer intern? Dude, I would love to talk to you, but I'm professional trust fund baby? What? What? ER doctor? Okay, we'll do ER doctor. Fine. Where's ER doctor? Everyone's spamming it. ER doctor. Control F. ER doctor. There it is. Okay. ER doctor. Kayla. Did it work? Kayla.
Hello?
Hello. Kayla, welcome
There
to the
we go.
broadcast.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming on. ER doctor, much requested by chat. Can I first ask you the most important question? Have you ever seen
Sure.
House MD?
I've seen like a few episodes of it. I haven't seen many of those. You mean where everything's lupus? Is that the one?
Yes. I was going to say, how true is that to real life? Because it seems like it's a documentary.
Not at all. I've never seen lupus in my life.
All right, so tell me about being an ER doctor. I've been starting all these by saying what my first impression is, what my thought are. It sounds like an extremely stressful job where you see blood and guts and damage all the time. Can you tell me is there truth or falsehood in that?
There's definitely truth in that. We see a lot of crazy shit. That's definitely true with like TV stuff.
Okay.
But then there's also a lot of bullshit. Like I've had chest pain for the past 2 years, and today is the day that I'm coming in to get it figured out.
Okay.
Or like my child looked at me wrong, they might be dying. Like that.
Okay.
Where it's like, holy shit, everybody take the chill pill. I can't figure this out. It's a lot of reassurance.
What's the percentage? Like how many of your patients in a day do you think are just incorrectly diagnosing themselves and it's not that serious?
Oh, you mean how many times a day I hear I Googled?
Yeah.
Oh, at least 5 or 6 times a day.
Oh,
for
wow.
Sure. For
that
sure.
would be so frustrating.
Yeah. Like, oh, there's this teeny little thing on my finger. I'm gonna die of a heart attack, or like things like that. It's like, okay, everybody, let's relax. That's a hangnail. You're gonna be fine. Shit like that all the time. Yeah. But then you see the cool stuff in between, and it makes.
What's the cool stuff? What is the cool stuff of the job?
The cool stuff, it may seem very morbid, but
Sure.
all the things where you get to do cool procedures like intubating people or putting tubes in people's chest, things like that. It
See, I
makes
could
it
never
worth
be a
it.
doctor because that grosses me out just thinking about that.
You get numb to it after a while, for sure.
Okay. So, but you are, I mean, it sounds like literally on the day saving lives. What's first of all, this is a hard job to get into. This is not easy. What was the process to get here?
Oh yeah. So for any doc, and I'm sure there are other docs here in the chat too, you got to do 4 years of undergrad, then you have to do 4 years of medical school.
Oh my god.
And then 3 to 4 years of whatever specialty you want to do. So for ER, it could be 3 or 4. It depends on the program.
So you're after 11 plus years essentially of training and schooling to be where you
Hell
are now.
yeah. That's what keeps you going. Can't turn back now.
Well, yeah, you can't turn back now. After you're a decade committed before you even start. That's crazy.
Mhm.
Okay, so now you're in. And do you like it? That's my first real question. Do you enjoy the job?
There are moments where you definitely don't, like the bullshit stuff I was talking about.
Yeah.
But then you get those moments where, like, somebody's alive because the team did something, or things that kind of like shine through and make it so worth it at the end of the day.
Yeah, I mean, do you have an example of I don't know, a recent patient where you felt really proud of what you and the team did?
I think it's like a pretty simple one considering like all the different things we see, but we have a lot of people come in with like heart attacks or who are unresponsive. And getting to see people come back after that, I mean, it's a long, long recovery. But seeing the person, but especially seeing the family, right? Like family think die, they're like crying, and then they're okay for now. I don't know what happens really afterwards.
Right.
But at least in that moment, they're all right.
In House MD, they often will break into the patient's house to get data on them to diagnose them. Is that a big part of your job, or does someone else do that? Yeah.
There's a specific class we take in medical school called breaking and entering. And it's essential to figure out what's going on.
That's good. Actually, that's a question that is interesting to me, though, is what part of your job is trying to figure it out, or is it most of the time it's pretty obvious and you're just trying to act?
For ER stuff, because we just see people for a short period of time, a lot of it is, you know, sometimes you figure it out, but a lot of it is like telling somebody what it isn't, right? So like, man with chest pain for 2 years.
Yeah.
Okay, I have no idea what the fuck is going on. You've had a tingle in your chest for 2 years. It's not a heart attack. It's not XYZ. See you later. Go see a cardiologist. 75% of my job.
Okay, it's just telling them what it's not. Okay, interesting.
Right.
Okay,
right.
That could get frustrating. I could see for sure.
Yeah, it can, but it's all part of the job. It is what it is.
Yeah.
Other docs, they're the ones who figure it out. I don't.
Yeah.
And I'm okay with that.
Okay. Do you have any advice for someone who does find this job to be interesting and wants to consider a career as an ER doc? Like, what would you tell them?
I would probably tell them to, I don't know, man. I had lots of questioning myself. I don't know if I'm the person to give it to. Don't stop because you can't.
Dude, I have a friend. I mean, he's not as far along as you. He's I think just finished the schooling and is now going to do the years of I don't know what you call it, residency or something, like where he's got
Yep.
And yeah, I think he's had he's had these different moments of like, I don't know, but I'm already sorry. Yeah, that's funny.
Well, I think there's like, it happens to everybody, right? It's like imposter syndrome stuff, and that goes beyond just ER doc or doc. It's like with any job, you'll get the questioning, but just know everybody questions. Everyone's been there. Everyone's been all right and gotten through it.
I mean, I've heard, and you can tell me, you'll know more than me, but I've heard there's a shortage of doctors. Like there's a situation where we're running out in a lot of locations. Is that your experience? Or not?
Yeah. So it depends on like the kind of doctor. So like family medicine doctor, everyone's like general doc. Absolutely. No one wants to do it because it's shit pay. You have to see somebody like every 15 minutes the whole day.
Oh God.
You don't get compensated for what you do. So there's a big shortage there. Psychiatrists. And it definitely depends on where you are. So, like, I'm sure Iowa is missing a lot, but, like, New York City's doing just fine, like, that kind of thing.
Right. What about patients who are afraid of the cost? Because obviously we know it's very expensive. Do you deal with patients who are, like, trying to, I don't know, doing their...
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, like... what?
They'll refuse certain things because they can't afford it. I'm lucky in being an ER doctor that I don't have to deal with insurance companies like family medicine doctors do, where they have to get approval because technically in my realm, like it's an emergency. I don't have time to talk to an insurance company.
Right, you just do it.
You just do it. But there are still patients who come in like self-pay who will be like, I can't get that CAT scan. I can't do this. I can't do that.
Dude,
because
that's
it's
crazy.
going to come out to be like a bajillion fucking dollars. It's really, really sad.
I think it's so messed up. Yeah, it really is. Because, you know, people having to choose between their financial health and their physical health.
Right.
In the long run, it's bad for both. Like, it's not fair. It's not, it's messed up. But I assume in the ER.
People try and do preventative stuff. Like, they want to take care of what they can, but then they can't for so many years. And then they end up seeing me because their body goes to shit because they can't afford to
Right.
take care of it.
What are the most common things you see? Like what is, and how long have you been doing this?
Just a couple years. I'm
Okay.
still very new at it. But oh man, if anybody has family members in a nursing facility, I see at least 7 or 8 grandmas or grandpas who have fallen. It's like the number one thing I see. Like Granny tries to look for her glasses and trips and hits her head. That is literally, at least, yeah, that's the biggest thing I'd say. Or chest pain, or they rolled their ankle, things like that.
Is it mostly older patients?
It's a lot of older people. Yeah, they're on like medications that make it dangerous if they have little falls.
Right.
So they come in a lot, plus they're old and decrepit and just falling apart, period.
I mean, this kind of just happened to my, I shouldn't say it, but to my grandfather, where he didn't fall, but he just sat down on the toilet and he couldn't lift himself up. He got stuck.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to laugh.
No, it's fine. He's fine now. He's fine. But it just reminded me, he's getting up there and it's kind of sad.
You took us in a positive, happy direction. You're welcome.
Okay.
Yeah, that happens all the time. Toilets are no joke.
Yeah.
They hold old people prisoner.
they're like prisons for these elderly citizens. It's not fair.
Mm-hmm.
Would you say on the whole, like overall, you feel positive about this job, or are you like, would you honestly tell someone if they're interested in doing it to pick something else? I guess is my real question.
Oh, I'd totally have someone I'd recommend someone doing it. I'd tell them full send it.
Yeah.
It's shit to get there, and it has its shit moments, but the moments that you do have just shine through and are really definitely worth it.
It seems impactful. It feels like actually seems like the parts you hate the most are the least impactful parts, which is like, dealing with a customer who has no problem at all, but like when you have a real impact on a person's life, I feel like that's super. I've said this before, but the happiest people, and this really surprised me because you'd think they'd be depressed, but the happiest people I ever saw were the people that worked at the St. Jude's Children's Hospital, and everyone there has cancer, and it's like child cancer, but like they truly feel like they're making a difference and their job is important, so they feel very fulfilled. You could just tell. Like I spent it was like a Streamer Connect thing, and we was touring there and spent a couple days there, and it was like those guys they're all really passionate about the mission. And I thought they would be miserable, like it'd be the worst job ever, and it's just a funny lesson I learned. So I assume that your job has parts of that where you feel like you're making a difference on people's lives.
Oh yeah, and I think it helps too the people you work with. I mean, I've never worked in like a cancer unit or anything, but the ER is full of a bunch of bros with dark humor and those kinds of things. So it's like a shared camaraderie of, I think suffering is too harsh of a word, but going through it and just having other people definitely makes it easier. And everybody's great.
So you're like the show Scrubs.
Yeah. Maybe. I don't know. I've only seen one of episode of that. But the Pit, if anyone's wondering, the Pit on, I don't know what it's on, but is an incredible depiction of the ER.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Highly recommend.
I just want to live in the fantasy world. I want it to be lupus every time. I don't want the real horrors.
How Cindy it is. How Cindy it is. They break into homes.
Kayla, much appreciate you coming on. Thank you so much for sharing with us. Good luck with the job.
Thanks for having me. Appreciate it. Take care.
You too.
Thanks.
Kayla, I'm trying to disconnect you, but I don't want to kick you out of the server. You have to just exit. Okay. Chat, I might call it there. Maybe we do one more. One more. I want to do more. I commit to doing this again within 1 month. During April, we'll do it again. Let's do one more. Let's do Uno Mas. Let's do Uno Mas. Let's do Uno Mas. That was really cool. I want to pick a weird one. Let's do private yacht crew. How about that? So I don't want to just pick the fanciest sounding job because then I feel like it's biased. Some of the coolest interviews have been like the gas station guy or whatever. You know what I'm saying? It's just whatever job. But I lost it. I lost the HR during massive layoff. Wait, that sounds interesting. That sounds interesting. Hello?
Yo.
Yo. What should I call you?
Call me Dabu.
Say it again. Sorry. You said Timu?
Yeah, sure, Timu.
Okay. All right. Interviewing HR during massive layoffs. Okay, sorry. Put this on the screen. All right. I'm gonna call you Timu. You said David. Okay. I'm sorry. I'll go with David. I don't want to dox you if you're in the middle of a mass layoff. So you are part of an HR team at a company undergoing a massive layoff. Is that correct?
Yeah.
How massive are we talking?
Let's change my name to.
Okay. Yeah, I'll cut it out of the video too. Don't worry about that. We'll cut it out.
Yeah. Okay.
What do you want me to call you?
It's around 1,000 people.
1,000 people. Wow. Holy moly. So I'll call you H. We'll just call you H.
Like
okay.
H. I think H is pretty good.
All right. We'll go with H. So you are laying off. Not you personally, but you're laying off 1,000 people. And okay, so walk me through the process. You're in HR, so you're the first line, I assume, that starts to hear about this, than executives. How does this go?
I mean, it's always from the top down.
Yeah.
We recently got a new CEO. Our old one got ousted a couple months ago because we shrunk like 5% in like total revenue. So like that's enough for him to get kicked.
Okay.
And basically, yeah, they're like, all right, we need a lot of changes. We acquired a bunch of companies over the course of a few years.
Okay.
And like, of course, you want to keep people, but if each company you acquire, like, for instance, has their own HR team, it's like, okay, we don't need 60 people in HR. We need like 40 plus 5 for the new company. So yeah, they're like, all right. And then you hear whispers and you get added to an email or meeting and it's like, hey, here's a spreadsheet of like 500 people.
Jeez.
We're gonna talk to them one by one. Thankfully, I'm not a talker. I work in the data portion, but you get to see all of it. It's really crazy to just be like, all right, here's 500 people that don't have jobs anymore, and you feel evil, which is not great.
Well, I mean, it's not you choosing to fire them, right? But you are the frontline person, or not necessarily.
Yeah,
your team is that has to press the button or to get rid of them, which is pretty tough. I guess it's tough to ask you specifically if you're not talking to them directly, but like, what is the morale like? What is the vibe like? What is the
atrocious?
Yeah,
it's unfortunately. I'll try not to say too much, but like, we did this, and then like a week later, we had our yearly like hoorah, where it's like we rock this company. And like, unfortunate timing.
That is terrible timing. You mean like a Christmas party type thing, and then it's or whatever. I mean, whatever. Like a corporate.
No, it's just like, oh, here's our company year in review. Let's get excited for 2025. Yada yada.
And it's like people are looking around, and 5,000 people are gone.
Everyone knows. Like globally too. It's not even just like one.
That's crazy.
Like, and they just like gloss over. Like, yeah, we had to make some tough decisions, but looking forward, really positive outlook now. And then they talked about how AI is really cool. And then they talked about how we help prevent like teen suicide deaths with some stuff. And that was like the whole meeting.
Wait, like, don't get too specific, dude. I'm not sure.
It's like, what the hell? Like, how is anyone coming out of this feeling good? And then they do that. And then they do like the second half of the layoff. And it's like so crazy. Like they like.
Wait, they split the layoff before and after this meeting?
Yes.
Dude, that's crazy.
We're like, oh, we're done, sweet. And it's like, actually, how about way more? And it's crazy.
Do you think it's over now, or is there gonna be more? Because sometimes they.
Yeah, I personally think it's done.
Okay.
It's, like, it's really weird because like it's always from the top down, and then like we get yelled at, and like we obviously no one wants to get fired. Well, some people do. They're like, I'm getting laid off. They're like, all right, what's the severance looking like?
Right.
I'm like, those are great. Like, good for them. But like, it's a lot of people, like, people cry. People are like threaten to sue. Like, people like scream and shout. It's like, it's really tough.
Yeah, I mean that it sounds extremely. Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
So, what is this job like prior to? Do you enjoy any part of this job, or is this like normally kind of bad and then it gets way worse during layoffs, or like where's your head at about working in HR in general?
This has only ever been like my first like this is an egregious layoff. Like sometimes it's like 10 people, and that's like, oh wow, a lot. So obviously this is an outlier.
Yeah.
I like HR. I work on the data side, so like it's just like I help myself sleep at night. So I'm like, oh, I make sure people's pay and their vacation is right, and they're not getting like fucked over by the company. Like we have to make sure everyone's following the rules.
Yeah, you say a lot. You're like saying help yourself sleep with that, and like with a lot of guilt or whatever. It's like it's not. You didn't fire these people. Like it's. I understand. I just think it's crazy for you to internalize any bad feelings on it when an executive made a stupid decision, can't afford it or whatever, and had to fire it. Like that's not on you, unless you think differently. I mean, okay.
Not so much with the layoffs, more like just like I work for a big like.
I see. I
don't know. We're like a company, not massively like, let's say I work for a company that just dumps plastic in the ocean. Like, well, it's like, okay, well, at least I made sure someone had like their Christmas bonus on time.
Right. I see what you're saying. I understand. Okay, so the takeaway I'm having from this though is you don't seem pretty happy with this job.
No, I actually love my job. This is
really?
just like
this part just sucks. Okay.
Yeah. Like I generally like it, like I said, because it's my job to help people. People have an issue in the company, and I help them out. But this is just like, all right, you have to go be the fucking executioner, the digital executioner, and press the submit termination button on like 500 people.
I guess what sounds this is a low bar to clear, but it sounds like at least you guys are doing the one-on-one discussions rather than the squeak style where they just get them in a Zoom call and fire 500 people at once.
There would have been riots. I can't even imagine that. Like, it's already hard getting people in the office. If they did that, like they're playing a really, really difficult game of like not off everyone all at once. Only if they pulled this shit and then we're also like even more evil on top of it, I think people would quit en masse, honestly.
I see. Okay. Well, brother, I appreciate you coming in. I don't want to talk too much more because I think people are going to figure out your company or whatever, and I don't want it to be. I'll make sure that we'll cut all the identifying information out of any video we do. But thank you for sharing with us. I appreciate that, and hopefully it goes better in the near future.
Can I ask one thing?
Yeah, of course.
I hate to do this. I sent you a DM on Twitter for something I did. I don't want to out myself. It like slightly viral, but I thought it would be something you'd be interested in looking at.
I'm going to send you a message right now, and then send me your @ and then I'll check on it.
I appreciate that.
All right, brother. Appreciate it. Have a good one.
No problem. Take it easy.
I can do one more. That was sad, though. That was sad. You just look at... I look at this website, dailyjobcuts.com, a lot. I don't know why. It's almost depraved. But just to keep an idea on the economy, and it just feels like, dude, it's like it highlights all news articles of recent job. Oh, are you still on the call?
Oh, shit, am I?
Yeah, you gotta exit. Okay. It all you know what I'm saying? Like Morgan Stanley 2,000, Mattel 120, Pentagon 60,000, Wizards of the Coast 90%, Siemens 60,000. It just goes through every article covering layoffs, and you know I used to get an idea of like, I don't know, any crazy trends or whatever, and it's getting wild. It's getting wild. It's getting wild. Okay, let's do one more. Let's end on a feel good one, hopefully, and then I will wrap. How about private yacht crew? Let's do that. Let's do Drew. He's been waiting the whole time. Drew. Yeah, I'm gonna rap. I'm gonna do a rap. Drew. Drew, are you there? Drew. All right, we gotta kick it out. Sorry, Drew. I feel bad. Drew was probably waiting the whole fucking time, then went out to go to the bathroom or something, and semiconductor production engineer. All right, I'll try. I'm just gonna go different with it. I'm gonna try something crazy. Hello. Hello. What should I call you?
Nitro's fine.
Nitro, welcome to the stream. Semiconductor production engineer. Can you walk me through that? What does that mean?
It's a bit of a misnomer. I don't work on semiconductors. I work with the machines that make them at ASML.
You work at ASML?
Yeah.
Oh, that's fascinating. Are you why do I keep the Netherlands? I want to say Holland and then the Dutch. Are you in the Netherlands, or are you remote?
I'm not. I mean, it's not remote if you're not in the Netherlands. ASML just has other locations.
I see. Okay, I'm sorry. I thought they made all the main lithography machines there.
They do. They finalize all they build a whole machine in the Netherlands, and they take it apart and they'll ship it to a customer site. But all the different parts of a machine are made at different factories. So I work at a different factory, which then ships all its parts to the Netherlands.
I
So
see.
it's kind of like a jamble where a lot of things from all over the world go to the Netherlands, and then they put it all together to make a machine, and then they will ship that machine to a customer site.
So we're in an era where ASML, again, is like one of the most secretive and valuable companies in the world. How is that when you're working there? Like, how do you have to deal with what level of security are we talking? How serious are they about making sure no one can see you build or work on these things?
We get like security questionnaires and things and like surveys, and they ask us questions about how secure they are and send us like fake phishing emails a lot. But to be honest, I wouldn't say they're at least in where I work, it's not super aggressive about it.
Okay.
I don't work on like new dev or a lot with like very like the statistics and like numbers of things that happen in the machine. So I don't have like a role kind of where I would have be interacting with information where people would, actually be kind of concerned about what I could get out. There is concerns though that they are constantly increasing safety measures and adding new two-factor authentication things, and like I work with software and not getting around, but like having to augment the software to like kind of work with the security measures that they put in place can be a bit painful.
Okay. Do you how much schooling for this job?
I just have a bachelor's in engineering.
Okay. And was this like your first job after college, or where are you at right now?
Yeah, this is my first job.
Wow, pretty cool.
Yeah, it was really awesome. I was really excited. I did optical engineering, and a lot of that is kind of like military contracting and weapons making.
Yeah.
And that was something I really didn't want to do. I didn't want to make weapons and work at like most of the people I went to university with. Raytheon had consumed my graduating class. They were like,
yeah, they're all working with my dad.
They were fighting. Yeah, no, in Tucson. Right. No, it's really cool though. I feel like I'm working at a place that I'm happy is what they're doing. And not,
Yeah, I mean, it's a very cool company. It's very it's cool to be doing something that essentially no one else in the world can do currently. So that's interesting. So it sounds like you really like. Is there a part of the job you don't like?
I think that like there's a lot of when looking at from the outside and when I first started, I was like, oh my god, this place is like amazing. This is like the super company. It does everything awesome. They do something that nowhere else in the world can do. And on the inside, you kind of see that there's a lot of like it's not. And this is my
That's
first
every
job,
company,
so I
bro.
can't-
That's every
Yeah,
company.
I guess this is my first job, but like yeah, there's a lot of I think one of the really nice things is like they don't like do layoffs really. A lot of places do layoffs. They're really aggressive about keeping employees and not doing like layoffs and stuff. And I mean they're very fortunate with like the position they have in the
Well,
market.
they don't want a disgruntled ex-employee going to trade secrets
I
over.
know. Yeah. Yeah, they lock like the USBs and stuff on the different computers and stuff. You have to request, and I have a USB, and it took forever. All the kind of forms you have to fill out to get that access.
Just to get a USB?
Yeah, because then you can plug that into your computer, and you could take
Steal
data. And, yeah.
Get the private investigator from earlier on you. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, is there anything you would tell someone looking to get into this job? I mean, it sounds like it sounds like you like this job. It's cool. You're going to stay there for the foreseeable future, and you're working on cool things. Is there anything else you wanted to share?
Yeah, I can't say that I've thought about leaving. I really do love working there. It's awesome. I'd recommend it to anybody. Looking at the company, I don't have anything really bad to say about it. They have technician roles which don't really require a lot of like specialized skill or knowledge. The head technician that I work with, like one of the most skilled ones, his previous work was a cook. He did like meal prep and stuff, and so he was able to convince them that his work with like preparing a bunch of pre-made dishes for people would help him like build these units. And then like yeah, he's doing wonderful. And so you don't really need a full education if you can get a job as a technician, working in the clean rooms and assembling these things. It's anybody can do it if you know how to use a computer. Honestly, you're ahead of some of the people who are down there. Some people you really need to walk them through and this is how you open and save a file. But if you can, yeah, I would recommend it.
That's what the spies want you to think, bro. They're trying to pretend they can't save a file while they're downloading 50 gigs onto the the thumb drive in their foot, dude. They're the one they hid in their shoe. All right, brother. Well, I appreciate you sharing. It sounds really cool. I think if I were a new graduate, that would be a really exciting job. To be honest, it sounds interesting. It's just an important industry for the next coming decade. So it sounds like there's some job security there too.
Yeah, they're doing numbers. Like we get yearly bonuses and stuff like that, and it's big. So that's another benefit. Everybody who works there gets bonuses and such, and yearly raises. Like I've got friends who have been working since we graduated. I've gotten 2 raises, and they haven't gotten anything. So definitely.
Don't rub it into them too much.
Yeah.
Thanks, brother. Thanks for coming on. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
All right. I want to do is Drew back? Drew, I didn't want to skip you if you're here. Tell you what, I'll do this guy real quick and then Drew. I just have an interesting wait, this guy left. Oh, you're here. I liked your profile picture because it's LeBron James.
Yeah, one of the greatest moments I think in NBA history. Thank you, J.R. Smith.
LeBron James just fucking melting down over J.R. Smith being stupid. I love that photo, so I wanted to click on it. And what can I call you? What should I call you?
My name is Hunter. That's
Hunter.
fine.
Okay, awesome. Hunter, welcome to the stream. Let me update my thing here. You are a hot tub salesman.
Yes.
Who's about to quit. That's what you put as your description.
Yeah, well, okay, so it's a little misleading. The about to quit is like this feeling in my heart.
Okay.
More than I have a plan.
You don't have any plan. You're just like, I need to get out. So talk to me about that. What made you, how long have you been doing this, first of all?
I've been doing this particular sales job for, I'm going into my 4th year.
Okay. So at 4 years, what made you tell Lindsay to break bad and quit? Why are you over it now?
Well, there's sort of a dumb reason, and I think like a real worry I have for the industry.
Okay.
The dumb reason is that my boss is a religious freak, and I have nothing against religious people, but she sits down next to me, and there's 3 employees in the building, and she doesn't stop talking about it.
Like every day?
Every single day.
Every day she's like, what, talking about the Bible or what? What?
Yeah, and she runs like a ministry at her church, so she talks about that too. Every single day.
Dude, that would actually piss me off.
Yeah, and like I said, there's only like 3 employees, so I can't complain to anyone.
Is she talking to
at
you
my
specifically or all the employees? Is she trying to imply that you need Jesus or what's going on?
No, me specifically. No, she just sort of brings everything back to her religion, which I guess is okay. I mean, she's in her 50s and a cancer survivor, so she kind of has that.
She's got
connection.
that. Yeah.
But it's also the workplace, so.
Yeah, and you're just getting annoyed with it.
A little bit.
And then what was the other reason? That was your dumb reason, right? But what was the other one?
Yeah, the real industry problem, I think, is that I sell a luxury good, and it seems like fewer people have money for luxury goods. So if one part of my job is tracking online leads, and the first year I started, I probably got a few hundred through the year. We're a small business. But this year so far, in the first 3 months, I've gotten like 8.
Oh, dang.
Which isn't a great start to the year.
What are people saying? What are you noticing?
Well, the main thing is just sticker shock. You know, I sell luxury hot tubs, not necessarily inexpensive or cheaply made ones.
Yeah.
And so someone comes in and they're like, "Hey, so this is a good sized hot tub. What are you thinking?" And I have to tell them the price is like $8,000 for a mid-sized, sort of the smallest one we sell. And they're just like, "Ooh, I didn't think it'd be above 4." And I basically get that reaction 60%.
But you
of the
didn't
time.
get that reaction before, is what you're saying.
Right, yeah. People would come in and I could talk to them about price, and they would still be focused on like, well, you know, it's sort of like their priority would be like, is it big enough for my family? Is it the color I like? That sort of thing.
Yeah.
And now it's price. Like there's no
Interesting. So in your opinion, you think there's some kind of spending pullback?
I do. I mean, I do live in and work in upstate New York, and the particular area I'm in is sort of, it's been not necessarily economically depressed, but stagnant for about 30 years. But I've noticed, certainly over the last 2 years, a drop off every single year in terms of foot traffic and online leads.
Interesting. So honestly, that's fascinating to me because that's what I've been looking at for things like RVs and other things like that as a sign of possible recession. And, with so much of the economy being propped up by people that can afford $8,000 hot tubs, if they're cutting back,
yeah, it doesn't doesn't bode well for the rest of us, I think.
Yeah. Do you think you're a good salesman? Do you think you have sales skills?
I don't know. It's tough to tell because I've worked in a couple different sales jobs. My last one, I was a sales specialist at Lowe's. I sold windows and doors.
Okay.
And you could spend 40 or 50 minutes with a customer, but it was something they need. And so the main thing I was doing was add-ons and maybe not super necessary features on their windows and doors, or mahogany instead of whatever. Now, I feel like because it's purely a luxury good, I don't really know if I'm doing everything I need to be doing, because again, I just feel like my foot traffic has dropped off so much.
Right.
I do think that I'm a decent salesman because I can get people in the door when I actually talk to them.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's. I'm not implying in any way that it's your fault that people don't want to spend $8,000. I assume if they have less money, they're not going to buy that no matter what. Have the prices gone up of these over the last 4? Like, are these raising prices regularly, or is this like just people having less?
Well, so that's the thing. Like, I sell actually pools as well. And pools, I get a few more people, but the prices haven't really increased that much. The prices have increased on things like chemicals, the stuff that you put in them to maintain the balance of the water, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Parts have gone up a lot. I don't know if they're going to skyrocket because of the tariffs or not, but the products themselves, the pools and the spas themselves, they haven't really changed since I started 3 years ago. So I mean, I'm not sure why they haven't gone up, but the most I've seen was like a 1%
Do you get commission?
increase.
Like if you sell a hot tub, do you get commission? Okay, but there's some kind of base rate too, I assume.
I'm sorry. Yeah, there is I have a base hourly rate that's pretty low.
Okay.
And then a commission because I didn't want to go full commission when I started.
Yeah. Well, that's probably paying off now, I assume, if there's less. But,
a little bit, yeah.
Okay. Have you? I mean, I assume that feels pretty good to close a big deal. Then, if you're on, like I assume that's.
Well, I'm sorry, I don't mean to talk over you.
No, go for it.
It was cool to hit a certain milestone in terms of like. Okay, so last fall I sold the most expensive hot tub I've ever sold. It was a $21,000 hot tub.
Jesus!
When I sold it, I was thinking like I could really use a new car. But I guess this hot tub for this guy will work instead. It had an audio system. It was the largest hot tub we sell. It had every feature imaginable.
Dude, what features can justify a 21 grand hot tub? What? It has audio and what?
So it has audio, the construction of it. So it's all modern construction, so no wood or metals to rust. Tungsten jets. Everything is backlit. Every single thing is backlit. It has a bar light. It has a cover lit. Like it has everything you can really get.
He's doing the sales pitch right now, dude. I'm kind of sold.
Well, I tell half my customers you don't need this hot tub in particular because it's way too much. But the funny part was when I called her, so we had to organize delivery and stuff, and I call her, and she didn't expect to get called, and she's like, "Oh, I'm in Paris right now." I'm like, "Yeah, okay, I know why you bought this hot tub."
I guess you're just rich.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fascinating. Okay, well, outside of the recent downturn, would you say you enjoy this job? Would you recommend it to anyone looking to get into like a sales-based position?
I think if you like talking to people, just at all, I think it's a really good job.
None of my chat then. Dude, all of them no.
But in terms of sales, I think you're probably better off getting into a good that is more future-proof. I think any kind of sales, because like I said, I've been in a few different sales jobs. I think sales can be a really rewarding job. I think it can be a good career because there's a lot of, basically it's what you put in is often what you get back.
Yeah. So I've heard that I mean, it obviously depends on what you're selling. And what I've seen in my career and also what I've heard is that people who are in sales and are doing at least decently well are actually way higher job satisfaction than a lot of other jobs because they feel like they have, I don't know, the word is like agency, where they feel like they have control over like if they work hard and do good, they get rewarded and make more. Whereas a lot of jobs might not have that. So there is like a benefit to sales in that where or you, with my example, would feel rewarded when working extra hard.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, my first job, actually my first job was at Lowe's before I ended up becoming a sales specialist. I did stocking and stuff like that. And if I was the number one stocker on the planet, I got a special reward badge like every 2 months and no monetary.
A badge?
You know?
Badge? What does a badge do?
It says recognition on it.
actually be so insulting. I'd actually be so mad to get a fucking badge for working my ass off twice as hard as everyone around me. That's crazy.
Yeah, but it attaches directly to your vest, which is pretty exciting. But like you said, in sales, if you do really, really well, your life is going to be better. If you do really poorly, your life is going to be worse. But if you're doing really poorly in sales, you're probably going to get out of sales.
Yeah, just get out of sales.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's interesting, man. I appreciate your commentary on our possible upcoming recession and your commentary on sales. I think a lot of jobs in some ways boil down to sales. So being direct with it is not necessarily a bad thing. Anything else you want to say or just appreciate you coming on?
Could I make one? It's not like a political statement necessarily, but I was just hoping to shout out an organization called Indivisible. They do a lot of progressive community outreach and that kind of thing around the country.
Indivisible.
Yeah, I'm a member of Indivisible Mohawk Valley, which is my area.
Indivisible right here.org. You can check it out. Our democracy is under threat, and it sounds pretty cool. Sounds like a good thing. Check this out. Yeah, of course. Thanks for shouting it out.
Yep. Thank you so much.
All right, man. Thanks for coming on. Appreciate it.
Yep. Bye.
All right, chat. I think I'm gonna wrap it there only because of my wife, but I promise to do this again in April. And if you didn't get picked today, and you were here waiting, shoot me a DM, and I will try my best. It's impossible. There's just so many things we can't do it. But Drew today. Okay, I'll try to do Drew right now. Let's see if Drew's available. Let's try Drew. Drew was the yacht, private yacht. Okay, Drew. Wait, it didn't work. Private yacht crew, Drew. Oh, I clicked two people. Oh, no. Drew!
Hey, there we go. I actually turned on my microphone this time. Jesus.
Okay. So you were here last time?
I was fucking typing in
the void. Oh, no.
Jesus Christ.
Okay.
Yeah, my name is Drew. I work as a deckhand on a private yacht.
All right, wait, let me add this to the screen. Okay. Wait, private yacht deck hand. Okay, Drew. Thank you, first of all, for taking the time and coming on to the broadcast. A private yacht deckhand. Now, again, I've been opening this by saying my impression, and then you can tell me what's true or not. When I think of a private yacht deckhand, I think of having to deal with a lot of very rich people. Now, is this a rented private yacht? Like different people are renting it for parties and such?
No. Private, there's two kinds of people in my role. Private versus charter. And private is you work for one boat, one owner. Whenever the owner wants to use the boat, you are there and you're working directly for him. Charter is kind of like think of like a mix of an Airbnb and a hotel, and that people rent out the boat and they rent out the crew with it as well, and you work for them
wait, so how often can this person be yachting? Is this a full-time job, or how does this work? How do you...
I mean, these are rich motherfuckers, so they want to go out 3 times a week when they have a slow week and whatever their day job is. Yeah, you work for them or whenever they want to go out. But sometimes, like just yesterday, my boat's owner left town for a month.
Yeah.
And he's not going to be back. And so I'm basically just maintaining, cleaning the yacht and fixing anything that's broken. And I kind of have the time off, and hence I'm available to talk at what is 2 a.m. in the East Coast time.
Okay, but you still have to show up to the boat, or what?
I have to show up, right now I'm not living aboard, but for call it 8 months out of the year, I live aboard the boat.
Oh wow!
There are dedicated crew quarters, and
so this is rich. This is rich. We're talking about.
Yeah, we're talking about like upwards of $100 million now.
Oh wow! This is This is like very, very wealthy people. Holy shit!
Absolutely, like and I can say that with absolute confidence because my boat's owner, he left like a financial planner document around the boat one day, and I just took a little sneak peek.
You're seeing a lot of zeros?
Yeah, there were at least what's 890.
Oh my god.
Yeah, in the 90 range.
Oh my god. Okay, so I don't know how to say this, but what kind of behavior are these people getting up to? Are you under the situation where you just can't?
So I've been in this industry a little over a year and a half ish, and I've been with this boat, which every boat kind of functions like its own company.
Yeah.
Their specific crew, and they work directly for the boat or the owner. And I've been with this boat about a year, and this guy, he's a pretty good family man. He mostly uses the boat to hang out with his family and some friends that he takes along with him, and just stroll around South Florida, Miami, Fort Lauderdale area.
Okay.
And but no, I've spent some time in crew houses, which are essentially like hostels for yacht crew that don't have work right now.
Sure.
Or at the moment. There is some absolutely depraved behavior going on.
Okay. Okay.
Like, let alone the owners, like the crew, like sometimes will just like.
With the crew's being depraved?
Oh, absolutely! Like it's a bunch of 20-somethings with access to alcohol and off work that, like, we fucking took an emergency life raft and blew it up on top of a crew house one time. Someone let off a smoke flare in like a residential neighborhood in Fort Lauderdale. But there is some absolutely depraved, like, just general infidelity and parties and yachts, all kinds of drugs. It's absolutely rampant.
But your billionaire or 100 millionaire is a family man, is what you're saying.
Oh yeah, the first guy I work for right now, I've never seen any behavior like that from him.
Okay. But then, okay, what's interesting to me is you're describing someone who has enough money to buy a yacht and go out 3 times a week, and they're just chilling. They're just
like he wants to go park off a shallow area and go fishing off the back of his 100-foot yacht, and wants to use it as a mobile cigar lounge, just hanging out with his buddies.
He's a viber, dude. He's just vibing at the level of wealth that's astronomical. That's
astronomical
okay.
Is putting it lightly.
No, I mean that real yacht money is truly the final frontier of wealth. I mean, especially my understanding is if you ever have a yacht that has live-in crew, then you're really in the fucking truly insane range.
We're talking about boats that are minimum bare minimum 70 feet, which is like 25 meters for the European frogs.
How does someone get to this job? How did this fall in your lap?
For me personally, it was Instagram.
Really?
Just scrolling through reels, and I've been around boats most of my life, and I decided, hey, I was fucking going nowhere in my life. I used to work at a fucking Starbucks. And
from Starbucks to a 100-foot yacht, not too bad.
Yeah, not too bad at all, actually. I actually used to be, shout out to your buddy I know, Slime. I used to be his barista like every other week at a Starbucks.
Let's not dock Slimes from Starbucks here.
Yeah, I'm not going to say where, but
okay,
yeah, obviously it's LA, but I'm not going to say more than that. Yeah, no, it was.
That's funny.
I've been around boats most of my life.
It's probably fucking Slime's yacht. They make so much damn money on that Patreon. This is
You
probably
think slime makes that?
No, I'm kidding.
You think slime has that much kind of fuck you money to just blow on a $10 million yacht?
Yeah, maybe he does. I don't know. I don't want to put it past him. Do you ever take Instagram photos on the yacht and pretend like it's your yacht?
No, that is just so fucking cringe. I mean, obviously I'm a dude, and it's you just gotta get into how to say this. If I was doing that, it'd kind of be in the range of like a tag your sponsor, tag your sugar daddy range, and I do not want to be associated with that.
I see. You're trying to not send that signal. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. One thing I'll say is, I assume you're going to beautiful areas, or like, it's just nice. Is that part of the job you enjoy? Like, what part of the jobs do you enjoy? What part do you hate?
So I'll start with the hate in that, like, you're gonna miss most kind of holidays, like Christmas, Thanksgiving, New Year's, anything like that you'd want to have off.
Missing Christmas to be on 100 millionaires yacht is kind of fucked up.
Yes, it is. But you think about it in the way that, like, if it's the vacation or a holiday that you want off, it's also the holiday that
they want off. No, I understand. Yeah, I get it. It's just it's unfortunate.
Yeah, and I kind of made a deal with myself that I would not miss, like, my brother's getting married in 3 months. Like, I'm not going to be missing that. If my boat doesn't give me that time off, I'm going to be quitting my job and finding a new one. Like the family, the once in a lifetime events, I will not be missing. That's kind of like the bad part, and it's also hard. It's pretty hard to have a relationship,
right?
Because when you're living aboard and you're like, you don't have easy access to a car or to like travel around or anything like that. You're at the beck and call of your boss. It's hard to have a relationship. The good parts, like you mentioned, and like you have pulled up on your stream right now, like you get to visit some incredible places, and also the money. You have no cost of living, which you don't think about in your salary. You're living aboard. Your transportation to and from work is waking up, putting on your clothes, and walking upstairs. My boat currently does not have a chef, but it's very common for them to have a chef that will cook all the meals for the crew and the owners. And basically any money you have or your entire salary that you earn is completely disposable.
Right. You're not.
So,
I mean, I didn't really think about the no rent, no housing costs. That saves up money pretty quick.
Yeah.
What about tips? What about is there any tips? I mean, these are rich fucking people. Are they ever tipping?
So private, or when you're working for a private yacht, it's very infrequent to get tips.
Right.
I got a Christmas bonus, and
that's cool.
about it as far as tips as I've gotten. But on a charter yacht, you can make a hell of a lot of money. Like, I'd say 50% more than I'm making right now in tips for just like a week of work. It's frequently like your normal 10 to 20% of the cost of whatever you're paying.
Yeah.
But when you're paying $500,000 to rent out a boat out for a week, and you get that 50,000 say 50 to 100,000 distributed amongst 10 to 15 crew.
I was there when Ludwig attempted to charter a yacht and refused to pay a tip. Caused a whole bunch of drama.
I can say for certainty that crew in that charter company is going to be very hesitant to charter the boat out to him again.
So for a private yacht, though, you're working with the same family, same guy every day. Do you have a relationship with these people, or like, do they know you?
Yeah, absolutely. Like sometimes, frequently he'll just want to be alone with himself and his friends, but sometimes he'll just be having a nice afternoon on his boat, and he'll just want to have a conversation. And yeah, I'll answer any questions he asks. I'm not. It's kind of like silver service. You're not like just offering yourself
Have you
up
ever
and trying to
considered-
make conversation with him out of random.
You ever considered telling him that one of the best things to do with your money is to invest in gifted subs, and like perhaps introducing him to streamers that you watch or frequent the chat of? Is that something that's ever
You
crossed?
see, I considered it, but I discarded it for the reason that I feel like he would tell me that investing money with someone with 6-figure to 7-figure net worth is fucking ridiculous, and TLDR, get fucked.
Yeah, I figured. Well, Drew, I appreciate this. I don't know if there's anything else you want to tell me about this job, but it does sound interesting. And it sounds kind of fun, especially for whatever stage in life you're at right now. It's like,
oh yeah, I'm a 20-something-year-old that
for the 20s, it seems kind of fun. Honestly.
Yeah, I honestly I fucking flunked out of college during COVID, and I was just struggling to figure out something to do in my life, and I was like, hey, I could be really good at this, and I got the courses I needed to do, basically a medical course that like, hey, you're less likely to have a heart attack in the middle of the ocean,
right?
And don't die in the middle of the ocean, like don't go overboard, know how to put out a fire, kind of thing. And I've had almost no regrets since.
Well, thanks for sharing with us. I know all of my chatters are going to be 100 millionaires soon, so when they buy their own yachts, maybe they will talk to you for advice.
I mean, yeah, maybe I'll make enough money through this job that they'll be working for me.
This will be a chain, dude. We'll just get a chain of fucking yacht owners. Anyway, Drew, appreciate you coming on. Thanks for sharing with us.
Thanks for having me. Lizzie gang.
Lizzie gang. Chat, I have to end here. It's 11 o'clock. I'm already an hour later than I promised Ari. I'm disconnecting. I appreciate everyone that waited around. I'm sorry if I didn't get to do your job. It's every time we have this problem, but we'll be back. We'll do this in April, and I'll work on some of the procedure to make it flow smoother. Hope you enjoyed the interview. That was very fun. We'll do Shark Tank tomorrow. I have a whole Shark Tank thing planned. I'm gonna raid Mango, maybe. Thank you for watching. Actually, you can watch whatever you want. Watch everyone. I'm in. I have to go. Goodbye. Goodbye. Thank you for watching. Really enjoy it. Appreciate you guys. See you tomorrow. Bye.